Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready to have their ears blasted out? Actually, before we even get started, I want to talk about something. So I was looking up some dates because it's me and I'm boring and dumb and stupid, and I like comparing information. There's a lot that can be inferred. Not always, of course. It's not always going to be accurate, but there's a lot that can be inferred from looking at certain details. So Shantae the Half Genie Hero, the game we just played. Good on gameplay, not so good on story. Definitely still an enjoyable game. Definitely a game I could still recommend, right? Sure, cool. Here's the deal. The DLCs weren't great and were kind of haphazard and were kind of thrown together. But they were all stretch goals. So we talked about this recently. In fact, we had a rather lengthy discussion about this during the Bloodstained stream, since it's so relevant to Bloodstained, a game that still, as of this very moment in time, has not fulfilled all of their stretch goals. We also talked about this during Shovel Knight, which was not that long ago, and I did this on purpose. I wanted Bloodstained, Shovel Knight, and Shantae to be roughly close to each other, because it's interesting to see how these games line up against each other because all of them were Kickstarter. Kickstarter is just the method, after all. It's the tool. How you use it is what matters as usual. But here's the relevant piece of information. So check this out. Half Genie Hero came out in 2016, the very, very end of 2016. So effectively the beginning of 2017, right? So that came out, and then they spent some time all the way up until April. Nope, I'm wrong. July of 2018 working on DLC. So that's a little over a year and a half of working on stretch goals. I can figure out the exact number. I think it's like 14 months, or no, sorry, 18 months, something like that. But they were working on that. No, hang on, just do the math. So that's 12, and then 19. It's 19 months working on stretch goals for this game. Now, that's not necessarily bad, but the thing is, and this is very relevant, you have to understand that you aren't guaranteed sales for that, right? You might get sales for that, but that's an extra 19 months of working full time on something while not building a product that you're necessarily going to sell, because these are all stretch goals, things that were technically already paid for. Now, if you've done your budgeting very carefully and very properly, you're fine. But you can see why I raise a concern there, especially with this company, which has had consistent budget issues since it existed. Now, I'm not saying they screwed up, because I'm not sure if they screwed up, but here's the thing. They were working on DLC for Half Genie Hero until July of 2018. Seven Sirens began development before that and didn't come out until March of the next year, which is 10. No, that's not right. Excuse me, it came out September. That's more accurate. September next year. So that's 14 months later. Now, if that doesn't sound strange, keep in mind that they were working on Half Genie Hero for close to 2.5 years, and they worked on Seven Siren for a year and 2 months. That's not a good sign. We also know that this game had an 18-month development cycle, which means 6 months during which they were working on Half Genie Hero, they were also working on Seven Sirens. Now that's not unusual. There's a term for that. I forget the official term. It's the swinging vines approach to development. It's something I do myself, for that matter. You always want to be reaching for your next vine, even as you're finishing the previous vine. That's the analogy. That's the idea there. So none of these things are necessarily bad signs. But then you add into this the fact that every Shantae fan I know has told me that this game that we're about to play is very mid, and I think we pretty much have the reason why. Hang on, one last asterisk. I know I've mentioned this every time this has come up, but it deserves to be repeated here because this is the game it's relevant for. This game was initially released on Apple, on the phone, and pads. For 6 months, it enjoyed exclusivity on Apple because of the fact that Apple helped to fund the game. So, without further ado, Oh, yes. One last anecdote. You're about to watch an anime opening cutscene. It was done by the company Trigger. That may or may not mean anything to any of you people. That's whatever. I don't know anime companies all that well, but I did glance at Trigger's list of things they've done anime, because it is an anime company. I glanced at the list of things they've done, and I did recognize one thing on that list: Cyberpunk Edge Runner. Apparently, they did My Hero Academia. I am not familiar with it. As I said, I'm not that into anime, but I will say that this is the most bog standard, boring anime cutscene I've ever seen in my life. I'm not saying that's on Trigger. I'm just pointing it out. It's probably going to be loud too. Yeah, I'll turn it down a bit. Rise and shine, don't wanna work, I'd rather play. Shake my hips and whip my hair, it's a new day. Magic won't blow, my heart yells, let's go transform and fly away. We will dance through the danger until the world is saved. Can't stop me now, cause I'm Shantae. So anyways, negative to story. Yeah, it's like I said, it is the most bog standard, generic anime intro I've ever seen in my life. I'm pretty sure I've seen that intro back in the 90s. You are able to skip the intro, but as usual, a cutscene that is skippable does not make a cutscene good. I'm not actually joking. I am giving that intro a negative. It's bad. Like, it's... I don't want to do a frame by frame, but first of all, it's edited to hell and back. It's for people with less attention spans or trying to do way too much with way too little time. There are several attempts at cleverness, and in fact, actually, one of the only things I would say is good about it is there's several shots where it's actually a static frame, which implies motion in a good way, as opposed to a static frame, which implies motion in a boring way. Because both of those exist, of course. But then, it immediately... Actually, yes, that's a good way to put that. Yeah, it's over-edited. There's too much motion. There's too much jarring visuals. There's too much flashing of whatever. There's way too many cuts. It tries way too hard to focus on people at the expense of the scene, which is usually a cheaper form of anime, which is why anime tends to do that. The song is honestly pretty boring. I don't have much to say about the song. There's not even any real information conveyed by it. There's a woman whose name's Shantae who looks like that. That's about all we get out of that. She bounces out. The place is under attack by some other woman who's way sexier, by the way. And then it just does a quick flash cut of Bolo and Roddy and Uncle. And that's it. And I'm just sitting here like... And the worst part of all of that is it's really short. Let me tell you a little tidbit that not a lot of people know about television, at least here in the States. This rule, to my knowledge, does not apply internationally. You can actually tell immediately how long a show is by how long its intro is. Because in television, and this is true even now that we're off of television networks and we're into the streaming verse and the digital verse, this is still a rule that everyone applies. You get, and I forget the exact numbers, but you get like a really short intro if you have, what do you call it, 8-minute short. So you only get a few seconds, basically. You get a much meatier, but still very short thing if you've got a 22-minute show, and then you're given a nice, decent chunk of several minutes for your intro if you've got a 44-minute show. And this is true universally going back to like the 60s. You can track this across television. It's actually fascinating. It's one of the things I never noticed before until it was pointed out to me, and then I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. So what I'm trying to get across is the kind of intro we just saw is the kind of intro you would see for an 8-minute short. Track the time of it versus, like, say, Bluey, a modern show that uses that kind of format. or My Little Pony, which is the 22-minute format, and you get the idea. And yeah, Star Trek intros varied actually because they used a slightly different format, but even the basic Star Trek intro, if you just count these are the voyages, was I think it was like a 90-second intro because it was a 44-minute episode, right? You get the idea. You get the idea. Anyways, sorry for going off on like random boring stuff because that's my job. It's to be as boring as possible. The Bore Runner. But yeah, I just thought it was interesting because that cutscene sucked. So anyways, hopefully that's not indicative for the rest of the game, because that is an anime cutscene literally done by a third-party producer company. I don't, off the top of my head, act other than just the fact that it sucked, no. Hang on, I'm actually curious of something. Please indulge me. One moment. I have a unique flavor of boring. It's that kind of boring which just kind of puts you to sleep. Oh, right. Now I'm going to mute this because I don't want to be copyrighted to hell and back. Is it showing up on screen? It is not. Okay, cool. That's actually a good thing because I don't want it to. Okay, let's count the seconds, shall we? Or we just do some math. So someone write this down. 3:33, please. 3:33. Up to 5:20. So that's a minute and 47, I think. Is my math correct there? It's 27 plus a minute 57. Excuse me. No, that doesn't sound. Yeah, 47. I'm right. It's a minute 47. That's how long the TNG intro is. That's why I was. That was the whole point of that. That was the whole point of that. That's just the. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. You know, the thing that plays every episode. Just sort of making my point is all I was doing there, because you got me curious about it, and now I was wondering. And it's funny because that's a lot longer than you'd think, but it's actually very... So the reason why they do that isn't just because of the fact that they're allotted that much based on the size of it. It's because of the fact that they want the audience to have a chance to get settled for the episode, essentially. Which was a lot bigger thing back in the 80s and the 70s and 60s when these rules were set, and means nothing nowadays when we could just pause the damn thing and go do whatever we have to and then unpause and come back to it. But we still follow these rules because I have no idea. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Let's go ahead and erase this crap. Okay. Okay, so we've got definitive mode. Rebalanced for greater challenge includes additional content and map features. Full deck mode. Start with all monster cards unlocked. Rule breaker mode. Definitive mode without limits. Equip up to 50 cards at once. Beginner mode. Can't lose. Enjoy super strength, unlimited health, and plenty of hits. Legacy mode. Original, unaltered release. Okay, Frieza mentioned something about this, and unfortunately I do not have context sufficient to judge which of these we should do. Like, I do not understand what this means. Hang on, where was I? That was like yesterday or the day before. Do all of them. No? Here's the thing that will really judge this is whether or not I will buy this game soundtrack. Because, I mean, it's a Shantae game. It better have a bopping soundtrack. I don't know if it does or not. I legitimately have not seen it, or heard its music. Damn it, where the hell is Frieza's post? Damn you, Frieza. Why did you put it in general chat? Why? We have a Lore Runner feedback channel just for this kind of thing. We even have a Lore Runner off-topic channel. Okay, here we go. So, I propose that you play in Rule Breaker mode. The only thing it changes is you're not limited to equipping 3 cards at a time. That's already not what it tells me. It says it's definitive mode, which is also hard mode. I'm not sure I want to play hard mode on this. Yeah, I was going to say, so, think about that a minute. So here's the thing. In the interests of playtesting, definitive mode is probably what we should play, if for absolutely no other reason than the fact that, as Ndiddy points out, it is clearly default mode. There's a bit of not that I'm aware of, Jay Palmer, there's a bit of psychology, I guess is what I want to call that, that goes into the layout of this menu. What's the one right at top? And then full deck, and then rule breaker, and then beginner, and dead last is the game as it came out, when it came out. So they've clearly deprioritized that one, and prioritized this one, and they want you to do this mode, then this mode, then this mode, then this one, because they top to bottom, right? Pretty obvious stuff. So hang on. That's interesting in its own right. Three save slots isn't great, but it's not negative worthy. So he specifically says he thinks rule breaker mode should be used because it's how the game was meant to be played, specifically because of the card thing. No comment on what definitive mode actually changes. Sure. The problem is, not that I'm aware of, Jay Palmer. Hang on. Let's delay the stream even more by going and checking this. It would have been nice to have some info on this screen to tell me what these things actually mean, Shantae, but, you know, whatever. That's kind of what I was leaning towards, Malachor. Why don't we just, like, do a stage on each and just feel it out? But the only reason I'm hesitating on it is I'm not sure it'll be noticeable on the first stage, unlike, say, in Mega Man 9 or 10, whichever one it was, where you could tell immediately. So we specifically gave a negative to Dragon Quest Builders 2 for something more complex than this. This game won't get that negative. I'm just going to say that very simply. Okay. Like, to use a parallel, let's say I'm playing a Mega Man game, and I'm locked into one save slot. That's not the end of the world, and it's not a big deal. Let's say I'm playing a Final Fantasy, and I'm locked into one save slot. That's suddenly a negative, because in a different game type, like a Final Fantasy, or an RPG in general, like Dragon Quest Builders 2, you can not only build yourself into a corner, or end up with a save that's untenable, but also you're less inclined to try out stuff, right? With regards to builds, or buying a certain piece of equipment, or trying a new leveling area, or in Dragon Quest Builders 2, certain ways to build up your town, or how you want to progress through, you know, whatever, right? It's a bad thing because of the game type, whereas in a platformer, it doesn't bother me because it doesn't really matter in a platformer. Make sense? Either way, so let's do this and see how the game starts. Okay, we start with low frame rate. That's not a good sign.
This is the place. Time to kick back and relax. Hey! This place is a paradise. We get to stay here for a whole week. Can you believe it?
What? A week? You packed enough for a month!
Hey, I mean all that stuff for the festival.
And I brought some unfinished projects from my lab.
Come on. The sooner we check in, the sooner we can relax.
I don't want to start an argument. I don't like the low frame rate that anime has been locked into for decades. That's it.
We're finally here. I think this might be my first real vacation, Uncle.
Indeed.
And it's sure to be a memorable one. This island has a rich history. It sits atop an ancient sunken city, much of which is still intact today. Really? Don't get too excited. Places like this are all tourist traps. They find a spot with historical significance, build a fancy hotel, and laugh all the way to the bank.
Uh-huh.
Say what you like. I've always wanted to see these old ruins. Yeah, why is that a bad thing? Now that Shantae's a big celebrity, I'll finally have a chance.
Uncle, you promised not to embarrass me.
I haven't decided if I like what they're doing with the artwork yet. Now, there's actually a term for that, which of course I don't know because I'm a boring idiot, but it's the morphed artwork thing. You see how it's just kind of bouncing a little bit? The human brain likes motion and doesn't like static images. And the human brain, if it's looking at a static image, will be bothered by it. You might not even notice that you're bothered by it. But some part of you will just kind of think that something's off there. So there's a lot of common tricks that people use in order to try and make that look more like a non-static image. And one of them is the morphing thing, which I don't know what else to call it. It's when they kind of morph the image a little bit, like squeezing it and stretching it and squeezing and stretching it to make it look like it's actually moving when it's not. We can go already. My foot's asleep from carrying all the bags. Both such whiners. I do, however, like the artwork itself, so credit where credit is due. Hey, Hourglass. How are you doing today? Yeah, it's not a very complex trick. Some people take it to ludicrous extremes. Like, if you ever watch some of the Blizzard drawn stuff, it's kind of crazy the stuff they can pull off with that.
Phooey. What a grump. I won't let anything ruin my first vacation.
Looks like essentially the same sprite set, for lack of a better way to call it, as the previous game, which is fine. Also, this is our freaking luggage? Oh my god, Shantae. You need help. Happy birthday, Hourglass. I hope you're doing something more interesting than watching my boring ass today. Which is under repair. Please mind your step. What are you talking about? Welcome to Arena Town, home of the Half Genie Festival. All Half Genies must check in with the mayor upon arrival. Thank you. Have a festive day. Okay, I already like the camera better. Like, instantly. First of all, we're in the middle of the screen, which I do prefer. But second of all, no more nausea issues. That's nice. It is always nice to play a game and not be nauseous. Magic carpets keep the airships from falling. I learned it in class. We're the performers, right? The other half genies have ears just like yours. The dead giveaway. You collect monster cards? We should trade sometime. I got uncommons, rares, ultra rares, foil, super ultra rares, promo foil chase cards, banned foil ultra legendaries, and signed 9-grade mint banned foil ultra chase legendaries I got from stinky old Gramps. Look, it's fine, Zactap. We'll get him a vacation as soon as the bad guys stop doing things. Well, half genies are just nuts. I love them. Their moms are genies, their dads are human, they've got all stupid weird powers. And all half genies are women. Rah! Okay, you're the 6th half genie I've seen arrive. Blonde shorty, leaf hat, armored one, sickly one, tall serious one. So cool. You're definitely in my top 4 or 5. Thanks. Gotta ride an airship. They gave me a meal and a free little bag. My Dan read it. Ran out of bags. This island, it's so mysterious. Everyone has their own remarkable story to tell. Makes me want to skip boring text by doing this. Not that I would. Yeah, so, no unskippable cutscene problem. The shops here sell many familiar items, but also some things I've never seen before. Cool. Even all the way from Scuttletown. I can't wait to see what kind of show the half-genies have in store for us. Even zombies need a vacay. I want to try the deep-fried choco-dipped garlic finger bombs. Hold up. Garlic fingers dipped in chocolate and then deep-fried. I think I figured out why his skin is green.
Hello and welcome.
To Paradise Island. You must be Shantae. All the way from Scuttletown.
Hello!
You can call me the mayor.
Yeah, but what's your name? Thank you for coming. It's my greatest pleasure to host this event.
Hey.
The inaugural Half Genie Festival. I created the festival to demonstrate my appreciation of rare magical beings, like yourself. I want people from all over the world to witness the magic firsthand. That way they can better understand their half-human, half-genie neighbors. This beautiful island makes a dandy backdrop for the event. Don't you agree? Certainly seems good for business. This place is packed. Hello, you must be Shantae's uncle. Why, yes, we've managed to muster quite a crowd. Of course, most of the ticket money goes to support local businesses and provides free flight and hotel for each of our half-genie superstars.
Oh.
But not just them. Their families, too. All expenses paid. If they agree to be stars in my grand performance.
Hey.
The Half-Genie Superstar Spectacular. It's funny you say that because her waist is a lot less inhuman here than it was in the previous game, Gracie Norris. I like your enthusiasm. That's why I want you up on the stage for a sneak peek preview event tonight. Wow, that's hard to say.
Tonight? But...
Don't even know the routine yet.
No worries.
It's just a dry run. You know, practice performance in front of a live audience. Something to work the kinks out. Trust me, you'll be fine.
Oh.
That reminds me. I've invited 5 other half-genies to perform with you. They're on the island now. Could you find them? And remind them about tonight's big show?
Whoa! Other half-genies?
I'd be glad to.
Oh boy! I can't wait to meet them!
You got a job. Been the last game where we got sick. What do we got? Fireball, Pikeball, Homing Rocket. I can see that hourglass. So far, I'm with the music. I agree with that. I mean, we're only like 3 songs in, but still. No, Pika. They first added it with the previous game, and even then it was a lot less prolific than those.
Wow!
It's got a poolside view. Wow, pool?
I ain't gotta share a room with your uncle.
Quit complaining!
Thanks to Shantae, we get an all-expenses paid vacation. I mean, I gotta be real, if I had to share a room with someone who snored, that's no vacation.
You!
Remember, when you get on stage, better do whatever it takes to pacify those genie-crazed throngs. Make a good impression so we get a free trip again next year.
Got it? Okay.
Sure, Sky. Hurry up and meet your fellow performers. Let them know the show's starting soon. Okay. Hi, Wrench. No hints this time. Squidsmith, who has portrait now, at your service. I take adorable little heart squids and melt them down to make more health for you. I guess we're back to murdering innocent heart squids. Okay. We have a map. Oh yeah, we can turn the volume down a bit. Odd, but okay. Shantae,
So nice to meet you.
you know my name?
Of course.
I'm Harmony, oldest of the half-genies.
What?
Like, all half-genies? Yes, I was the very first to be born of a human father and a genie mother.
No way!
Does that surprise you? Oh, yeah. You look too young to be the oldest anything. Listen, half-genies haven't been around all that long. We exist as a generation of one. So unless the genies return someday, there won't be any more half-genies to follow after us, will there?
Gosh.
I never thought of that. So, we must do our very best to make a difference in this world, don't you think?
You're right.
She's so cool. We can talk more after the show. Just remember,
Always give it your best.
sure thing, Celestia. I'm just going to move this luggage. I want to see more of the island. Sorry, can't help you. Is there like a good button for that? Nope. Have to pause. That's a shame. Listen, there's just matched luggage everywhere. Everywhere. So Mr. Ed asked an interesting question. He said, would I like it more if QuakeCon and BlizzCon were merged into one convention, or if they were kept separate? Now, first of all, obviously having separate conventions is generally a good thing for several reasons, but at the same time, I found myself thinking about a slightly more complex thing about that. Let me try to explain this a little bit. So, BlizzCon doesn't always have something to talk about, right? You know what I'm talking about if you've ever followed BlizzCon. Because there's been dead years, right? Even back when Blizzard was going high, there were years where there's just nothing happening and nothing coming out. So, nothing really to talk about, no real reason to have a full convention. So would you rather have, like, a combined con to try and, like, mitigate that? Or have them be separate conventions, but also maybe do something where you track which one of those conventions is covering what kind of things at which kind of time, in order to make sure that there's always something to do, something to talk about, something to present. Now, that may sound like an obvious choice, but A, conventions are big, expensive things that take a while to set up, and B, if you did that, then you would pretty much guarantee that if you are scheduling a convention, you've pretty much guaranteed that everybody knows you have something to announce. So simply by announcing a convention at all, you have now said to the world, we have something to talk about. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, that could be a very good thing. That could be a marketing tool. Oops, pay attention more. But it is something you would need to take into account in your equations of the matter. There's also the possibility of doing just kind of online-y stuff, which is obviously its own thing. No, exactly, Malcore. Like, if they're announcing a new WoW expansion, or StarCraft 3 or something, just quietly being like, hey, we're having a convention, and getting some hype and buzz going about it might not be a bad idea.
Yep. Hello.
Are you one of the half-genies? Here to perform for the festival? Yes. I like her hair.
My name is Vera.
Or rather, I like her leaves. My hometown's right here on the island. With all the tourists around, my people tend to keep hidden away. But I wanted to support my half-genies and put my refresh magic to good use.
Wow.
I know there's so many different forms of magic. You'll get to see all of them tonight at the big show. Oh, speaking of which, time to head back. Nice to meet you. Toodles. So, speaking as someone who has actually played Mega Man on the phone before, not very well played Jamal. Generally speaking, what they do is a virtual controller, which works exactly as terribly as you'd think. Like, seriously, it's absolutely terrible. Like, I cannot possibly describe to you in words how bad it feels to play a platformer game with a virtual controller on a touchpad with no feedback or, well, anything. So I suppose that's my answer to you. Definitely sense something odd in this place. Hello, am I interrupting? Oh, I thought you were Vera. She's apparently plagued. You know, I came to Silent to perform at the festival. What is going on with your hair? But since meeting Vera, my half-genie senses keep going nuts. Senses? I'm a seer. That's my power. The invisible world around us is visible to me.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
I better head back to Arena Town. See ya. I mean, I gotta be honest, if I had the ability to have, like, any hair I wanted to, and, well, you know, I could change it at will, I probably would. Now and again. Only if I had that change it at will thing, though. If I can't change my hair, then no, I'm gonna be a little more picky about that. So we found a hatch, a dirt thing, a floaty / double jump thing, and a death thing. So let's see how the game handles death. I'm guessing it's going to be the same as the last game, which is not good. But we'll find out in a second. Yep. It's a complete rewind to the previous save. It amuses me beyond words that the best save system of the 5 Shantae games is the first game by virtue of a freaking save state thing that was patched in after the fact. One of the only gameplay positives that game got was its save system. It's controlling reasonably well. I am having a couple of issues here and there, but only a couple. I think it's actually not. Plus, I'm being overzealous about getting gems. I probably shouldn't be. The last game scored just barely better than the previous one. It was like a 78, I want to say. Or, no, it's an 81. My bad. Point being, right about there. Hey, we're not water soluble. So I'm gonna quit. Oh my god! So... I can't help but notice, as I was checking it, that 3 of the modes are definitive mode. And then there's beginner, and then there's easy, then there's original. Here's all our cards, apparently. Well, that one increases the number of gems that are dropped. That one, the refresh dance reforms more hearts than before. That one, the spark dance consumes less magic when used. That one, the quake dance, does more damage to foes. This one makes automatically break jugs by walking into them. Yeah, no, these are charms. These are relics. That's what these are. Of varying quality, near as I can tell. But it does look like that's it. This mode is just definitive mode, but you start with all the cards. Okay. So noise warning, noise warning, noise warning, noise warning, noise warning, noise warning. Oh Jesus! I can't even skip that immediately. It just starts. So that's definitive mode with all cards, and definitive mode where you can equip multiple cards. Let's poke at beginner mode for a moment. Well, we have infinite auto potions, Jesus, so we cannot die. I mean, honestly, you can stop right there. Because that you've given me infinite freaking auto potions. You've given me infinite one-ups. See if anything else is different. Because I have a suspicion.
Hello.
Oh no, I've noticed too. Trust me, Blade Jamal. It starts right there, and actually, it focuses on one part of her and then the other part of her in very, very short succession. You will okay. Which is funny, because, like, of all people you're gonna sexualize, why sexualize Shantae? Like, no offense, but she's one of the least sexualized women in this series. So why dial that up? Like, Shantae, as presented, is generally more cute than sexy, and I'm okay with that. And not just because I'm a massive prude, but because I think it suits it's better. Maybe if I move the switch a little bit. Hang on a second. I've been dropping inputs a little bit. I've noticed it in the previous couple of games, too. She does, Blake Jamal. There's nothing sultry about her. There's also a long-standing thing, which I'm not necessarily sure I agree with, where female villains are allowed to be sexier than heroic females, which is a thing for some very bad reasons. Wait, what? We're hitting for 100. I mean, don't mistake me. I am legitimately in favor of a proper easy difficulty. I always have been. Yeah, anyway, sorry. It's just, there's some cultural baggage with regards to that. Virtuous women, you know, are good. Sultry women are evil. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, no. So that isn't changed. That's what I was wondering. But we hit like a truck. The enemy the drop rate has definitely gone up. I noticed that immediately. So, increased drop rate. We hit like a truck. And we have infinite lives. So just to see what happens. Wow. Okay. So, this is going to sound strange, but I'm giving that a plus. It's a proper easy difficulty. Proper difficulty settings are good things in both directions. A lot of people do not understand or appreciate the value of a proper easy mode, because most of the conversation usually tends to be about proper hard modes. Now, the other one I wanted to try out is original mode. Oh my god. It even then immediately turns into her turning into an adorable monkey. She turns into cute things! Alright, I'm sorry. It's just... Now, I apologize for this, but I just got a delivery, which it might be raining soon. I'm just gonna go pull it in really quick. I'll be right back. I gotta refill my booze. It's not. It's actually seltzer water. It's not very good. I don't like it that much. Okay. So, let's try Legacy mode.
Hello.
Okay, so that's the same. Depends on what you're after, Mitch Connor. Are you there to talk about game design, or are you there to see the story? If you want the story, watch the low runs. If you want game design, watch the classic runs. If you want to see a proper remake of the reviews done in the modern style, watch the streams we'll be doing next year. Any questions?
So nice to meet you.
Okay. Google this. So far, this isn't noticeably different from the definitive edition unless I'm missing something, which it might be. Let's Google it. So, Definitive Edition adds more dialogue before the fights, makes them hit harder, makes them have more health, makes them move faster for boss fights, decreases the item drop rates, decreases the pickup drops in general, increases health of enemies, makes enemies do more damage, makes items more expensive, massively increases the magic cost for dances so you can't use them as often, and adds icons that indicate when you can use a dance in an area. Also adds something to the map to mark missions for you. So, more story in exchange for hard mode. Now, that's not terrible, but we do actually have a precedence for that. A negative precedence for that. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure we put that under gameplay. Thank God, when did that come up? Because it's come up once before. And I remember it because we were debating it because it's going to come up in... Oh no, it came up in F14, duh. Pretty sure it's in gameplay, but let me double check our past selves here. Let me check our precedents here, our case law. Gameplay it is. So we're going to go ahead and go with Frieza's suggestion there, and we'll see how much we regret this. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I actually forgot that was going to happen. So let's see if we can make it 3 rooms without dying. No promises. What's happening here, in case you're wondering, is, and this is true with a lot of games, so you can set the options to change the volume of the game, obviously. But the thing is, that only takes into account once you've loaded the save, which has that option set. In other words, the option is set per save, not per account. Now, there's a logic to that, but it does mean that pretty much by default, whatever the default audio is what's going to play every time you restart, because there's no option attached to it. It's kind of locked into that nonsense. God damn it. Successfully made it 2 screens. Do you have any cards right now? We should do. Crawl faster than before. Sure. We need 10 snake cards to increase our climbing speed, apparently. This is apparently making an 8. I know what you're talking about, Malthor. Funnily enough, most MMOs now tie audio settings to the account for pretty much exactly that reason. Just seeing more luggage. Nope, luggage is still there. Gotta have that luggage. Very important. Very important. This way to the world-famous Sunken City Tour. This place is such a racket. If you're with the tour group, please stick together. Watch your step. Seriously, you might not survive the fall. Mind the playful bugs and bats who call this place their home. Squash them, please. Have a festive day, and scram. I'd say there's 2 we're missing still. Let's get a save in, though, because if we go 2 more screens, we might die. I mean, I'd be down on Romantics. I don't even like Battle.net all that much. Or technically at all, but not because I don't like it, because I've never played it. It's hard to like something I've never played. It's possible. You'd be surprised how many people really think they like or dislike something they've never played before. In fact, I'm pretty sure any child can tell you how much they hate the food that's on their plate, even though they've never eaten it before. I think it's the phone. Hey, Yura. So I'm trying to find a comfortable place to rest while still having no controller issues. It might just be my phone. It might just be my phone. Let's just do that. Scooch you like over here. Hello, clearly not Roddy.
Oh, what the buns? I'm so sorry.
Did I startle you? Wait, are you a zombie half genie? No, she's Roddy Tops, you frickin' moron. She even sounds like her. It's not suspicious. I didn't say it was, I'm just asking. Why? Is there such a thing? She looks just like Roddy Tops, and sounds just like her. Let's start over. My name's Shantae. What's yours? Her name is Roddy Tops! You idiot! It's... fill in. My god. Fill in the blank. You know, this would be funny if Shantae was just playing along with it, right? In fact, I'm actually tempted to give this a humor positive and an idiocy negative. Because it's clearly Roddy Tops, right?
Look, I gotta go.
It's almost your time. Bye. Yeah, I'll jot down some potentials here. Let's get some question marks going here. No, you can't be an idiot for even a second. No, unacceptable. Also, and I know that I come across as harsh about this, but I have a lot less tolerance for idiot protagonists than most people do. Because I'm sick to death about it. I'm so goddamn sick of it. It is so common. And it's aggravating, and it's not funny to me. Yeah, exactly. I never let... It doesn't matter that MLP is a kid's show. I never let that show get away with that. I'm not going to give the negative yet. We'll see. Like, if in the next scene she's like, so, Roddy, why are you dressed up like this? I'll be like, okay, cool. We're done. We're cool. Negative removed. But come on! Okay, moving on.
Hey.
No, I don't think that's risky. Her chest isn't big enough. I'll give you another half genie.
Shantae.
I flew in all the way from Scuttletown.
Zapple.
Zapple. So what do you think of the island? It sure is different. You got that right. Sunken City Tour? Think it's real? Sure, why wouldn't it be? I don't know. I'm half tempted to plug into one of these terminals. See if the power lines run back to some rich guy's mansions or something.
Huh?
Plug in? Oh, sorry. My magic electricity based. It's cursed! Just kidding. I said that for shock value.
I don't get it.
What's your power? When I dance, I can transform! Can you turn into anything? Like a key to a locked door? Gosh, I never even thought of that. Then what, like a muscly superhero? Fire-breathing dragon? Usually I turn into a monkey. That's not what I would choose. Does the monkey wear pants? No. I'm gonna go.
Gotta go.
I did it!
Gotta report back to the mayor. Oh yeah, and I am rather firmly not a fan of Goku. Although I will admit Goku is one of the least bad of the idiot protagonists. Because if you want to see what I dislike about the idiot protagonist in one game, play World of Final Fantasy. The main male character in that game, whose name I don't even remember, is an idiot, and that's his only character trait, is that he's an idiot. And it's... God, it's just... It's ridiculous.
Hey!
Anyways, the show's about to start. The others are already backstage. You might want to hurry. That is actually Umbro Magnus.
Hurry!
Okay, is this backstage? There we go. What? Oh my god, I just noticed they're standing in order of height. I'm here.
Please don't start without me! Huh?
Getting close, aren't you? It's supposed to be a big practice show. Why are the stands so packed? What do we do? Punish the new girl, Roddy. Everyone relax. Take a big deep breath. Half genie magic is what you're best at. That's what these people came to see, right? Keep smiling.
Do fine.
You'll do fine. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the first ever Half Genie Festival!
Frame rate.
Now, taking the stage from parts beyond, part human, part magic, the shimmering stars of the evening, they are your spectacular Half Genie Superstars!
Hello? There is
Why is there nobody in the stands where they are? Like, the stands are packed. Why is there nobody in the box seats? I would agree with that, Crazy Norse. If you're forced to play an idiot, it's more aggravating than if you're forced to watch an idiot. Just like that, the festival was over. The next day.
Shantae, for the last time, let the authorities handle this.
Oh. You're worried that I'll disappear too. Is that it?
It's for your own safety.
Hey!
Everyone okay in there? I have a brief announcement tonight. We've been asked to temporarily postpone all travel to and from the island. Well, yeah. At least now we confirm the whereabouts of the 5 unaccounted for guests. All visitors are encouraged to remain calm, relax, and enjoy the facilities. Free of charge, of course. Don't worry, Mayor. Our half-genie superstar is safe and sound. Great. We should have this all resolved in no time. Enjoy your stay. Suppose that's all we can do for now. So we just sit back and relax? Can you imagine what it's like being the only one left behind?
Hide indoors and do nothing.
What she just said.
Be reasonable!
Also, Ryuji wasn't... I'll talk about that in a second.
Leave this to the mayor.
There's no evidence of foul play. They could be off doing who knows what. I mean, you're half genie, you run off all the time.
Those girls are not coming back.
I should know. I killed them myself.
Something weird is happening on this island.
You do what you want. I was promised a vacation, and I'm going to get one.
Fine, be that way. Last night was a disaster. Oh. This island is hiding a secret, and I'm gonna get to the very bottom of it.
Okay. This still reminds me of one of my favorite gags about Persona 5. We'll just know. Oh my god, are you dead? Did you know we're the Phantom Thieves? Ryuji was an idiot, but he was a believable idiot. And this is going to sound like a strange statement, but it's harder to write a believable idiot than you think. And I think that's the problem. Most writers, when they go for making someone stupid, and that's their character trait, is they exaggerate it to the point where you find yourself wondering how they can breathe, or dress themselves, or operate at any level. Because, and I'm not saying this as a joke, okay? I'm not exaggerating. Sometimes they exaggerate it so much that it's actually unbelievable that they're a functional member of society, that they can actually interact with other people at all, that they can talk at all, because they are that stupid. Ryuji was just an idiot, you know? Actually, yeah, Philip J. Fry, who also goes over the top sometimes, it's worth noting, is still just... And yeah, Sora, Homer's a good example here, too. In fact, we could actually describe this as the Homer effect, because Homer, early Homer, is an idiot. And late Homer is a non-functional thing. Anyways, I think the mayor knows more than he's letting on. He probably doesn't want to cause a panic. Still, okay, what do you got for me? Well, the spectacular's ruined, and if I refund all these people's money, I'll be ruined.
Huh?
Okay. Oh, I beg you, remain in town. You must stay safe while I figure this out. If I had a map like yours, I'd be checking the subscreen all the time. They say travelers go missing from this island, and that might be an isolated incident. Okay. What happened last night? Those girls disappeared, that's what. I could be next. The whole dance button, you can suck up loot that's far away. Interesting. I would never sell my monster cards. Please don't ask for them, although I am short on cash. You're Guardian Genie, right? You gotta find those lost girls. It's your duty or something. The other half genes have gone missing. You know what that means, right? You're my new favorite. Yay! Yeah, I'd say there's a metal bubble boat deep under the sea. It's an up and down kind of boat. Not a back and forth kind of boat. Go on, help try the bathhouse. There's a rumor about the Sunken City being haunted. Could be maybe the missing girls are down there. We also have a dot on our mini-map, which is funny because it's going right, not down. I was gonna go down. I mean, it's worth noting, and I've said this 1,000 times, that early Homer was not an idiot. He was an everyman. You wouldn't call O'Brien stupid. The route's clear now. Finally, I can see the east side of the island. You first. Okay. But yeah, it's a dynamic thing. Stupidity isn't necessarily a negative. It depends on what they do with it and how they use it. Blah, 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 blah. All the usual stuff. It's like any other narrative tool. What's with all the 4-bit music? I'm not complaining, I'm just confused. Now that's an interesting statement. Because I've always viewed O'Brien as an everyman. So I'm curious why you think he is then. No judgment, I'm actually curious. Nah, this is like 2018 or 19 Crazy Horse. Phones had plenty good speakers by this point. Maybe I'm just biased because I've met a lot of people not only like O'Brien, but potentially smarter than O'Brien in real life. And I guess my point is that I don't see O'Brien as a genius, I see him as good at his job. Which is different. I'm not trying to disparage him, I'm just, you know, that's the way I've always seen him. I don't know. It totally is Emerald Magnus. I am not gonna grind cards now. Although, speaking of which, have we got any new ones? Nope. I mean, you might as well ask, are you gonna grind anything in this game? The last time I grinded in one of these games was about a week ago in Soten, but other than that, I generally don't grind for reviews, because it's grinding in a review. It was worth it, okay? Maybe just the bar is so high by Star Trek's standards that's why I think of O'Brien as more an everyman and less a, you know, really, really smart person. I mean, he's head of engineering on Deep Space Nine. You know? To put this very, very bluntly, I'm not sure he could hang on, say, the Enterprise D. No offense to O'Brien at all. Because he's still O'Brien and one of my favorite characters in all of Star Trek. He knows very, very well how to make do with what he's got. But you put O'Brien alongside someone like LaForge, or Scotty. He is very humble. It might be part of the thing, too, the attitude. I don't know. I think he could hang with Tucker. Tucker was an interesting one, though, because Tucker was in many ways modeled after O'Brien. The good old homeboy who happened to be really freaking good at his job. And of course, at that point, you're probably thinking, well, hang on, that sounds familiar. And that's because that's McCoy. One of the things I actually liked about McCoy was that he came across as this, you know, old country doctor. But he was as smart as Spock was. No, really, he could give Spock a run for his money in his own field of expertise. In fact, there are a couple of episodes where Spock and McCoy essentially are both hanging at about the same level of intellect. And, you know, it's like a back and forth toss between the two. It's really well done. But it only happened a couple of times, unfortunately, because TOS is TOS.
Risky boots.
Oh my god, it's the main character.
What is she doing here? Men!
Place the explosives.
I'm not sure what I think of the new art style there. If those arena town fools won't open this hatch willingly, I'll simply blast my way in.
Move it, you lubbers!
Risky was the main villain of the last game, Shira, although she didn't have a lot of presence in it. Unless you were playing as her. No one defies Risky Boots, Queen of the Seven Seas. Who's been in every one of these games, you don't need to introduce her every entry. Speaking of which, TSB, it doesn't matter if this is the first Shantae game you've ever played. That doesn't change the fact that she is out of character for not recognizing someone like Roddy.
Move it!
That's right, she's got this giant new belt on. Which, how is that even sitting on her? She doesn't have that big of hips. That did the trick.
It won't be long before absolute power belongs to me.
Okay. Risky Boots is behind
I
this.
should have known.
I should have known. We really like to stand around and watch people do things as Shantae. Maybe it's because of her background as a dancer. This is a warp room. How do you indicate where I'm warping to? Oh my god, it's like a vague somewhere on the island kind of an indicator? Jesus. Yeah, I think so. Okay, I'm gonna admit that I'm an idiot, because I guess in hindsight O'Brien is actually reasonably smart. He just doesn't strike me as that smart. Not in any way as a negative. Again, just because he holds himself with such humility, right? His attitude, demeanor, and perspective is every bit the everyman. It's actually one of the things I like the most about his character. He's the kind of guy you can go to the bar and play darts with, right? And yeah, when you compare him against some of the greats of Trek, and remember, all the engineers have been great, it's like, oh, okay. Why did that even come up? Yeah, Bashir is a literal genius who enjoys his company a great deal. More than his wife, even. Or vice versa, you know what I mean. Oh, right, we're talking about idiots, and the difference between an everyman and an idiot. That's why we were talking about that. So zones are colorized. Interesting. I wonder how big this game is. Yeah, I'm not super impressed with the brickwork outside of town yet, but we've only been to 2 dungeons so far, so I'm going to try not to judge too harshly yet. I think it's decent looking. It's just... Is O'Brien smarter than Worf? Yes. Worf doesn't have a very high int. By contrast, Worf actually has a pretty high wisdom score. At least when it's written properly. Not banging on about honor. Give me SteamWorld vibes, actually, as we go through this. Well, you'll notice we've got, like, what is clearly a Metroidvania map. Speaking of which, not a bad map, all things considered. Not great, but probably single positive worthy. We've got indicators, we've got color coding, we've got icons, and we've got the ability to zoom in and zoom out. Not too shabby. I've seen better, and I've seen worse. Let's go this way. Yeah, Kira is another example of someone who's not known for her int, but a lot more known for her cunning. Which is funny, if you think about it, that describes a lot of the DS9 cast, doesn't it? Who's smarter, Sisko or Picard? That's a dumb question, because Picard is smarter. But Sisko is a lot better at managing with what he's got. Who's smarter? Riker or Kira? Again, that probably leans towards Riker, but Riker is also the first officer of, like, the flagship of the fleet, with the might and resources of, like, half the Federation at his back. What does Kira got? Which game had me looking for its art on Google the most? Okay, I was gonna give a joke answer, but I can't even think of the name of the game because I don't actually like that it exists. The volleyball game. Bashir does take it over Crusher, although that's kind of cheating, but it is still true. So let's see, an actual game I've sought out its art. Yeah, Bashir is a big exception, because I would actually put Troy as smarter than Quark. I know, but we've got a bit of the Janeway problem with Troy. She's not given a chance to be herself as often as she needs to really develop her as a character. A little bit of an informed attribute problem, too. No, I don't really... Well, I guess by technical definition, I have actually looked up Warcraft art once when I was designing the Warcraft PnP game. So I think I'm going to go with that one. But I say O'Brien is more resourceful than Geordi. It's actually a tough one, because Geordi is pretty damn resourceful. can't remember which episode it's in, but there's this episode where they decide the command staff is making decisions and trying to decide what to do. And finally, they make the hard call. They call down to Geordi and say, eject the core. And Geordi's response is, I just did. There's a few moments like that throughout the course of TNG where Geordi shows that he knows how to think several steps ahead of other people, and he knows how to deal with things like that. Very dynamic, in other words. But that's not quite the same as resourceful, which is why I'm hesitant on that.
What are you doing down here?
Eh?
I'm asking the same question. You're staying out of trouble, I hope. Pretty much. Well, I figured since we're stuck here for a while, why not enjoy the Sunken City tour? I'd sure like to see the rest of this place. There's name so much of it's sealed off, but I suppose safety must come first, after all. The tour guide said that removing even a single vertical block could be enough to cause a cave-in. Could you imagine that? Cave-in? The entire town right above us. Removing even one block. Now what's all this now? Oh my god, enough with the anime. Damn it. Thank you, Walker. As always. Give me a moment, and I will jot that down in the correct document. For the Tinykin, the Kingdom Hearts block. 7R1. It bruised my bum.
Uncle! Uncle! Can you hear me up there?
Nope.
What is this place?
Must be an older part of the Sunken City. Even deeper than the tour, which is why it's weird that we've had one song for 3 areas so far. Oh, nope, we're still in purple. My bad. I don't know, they're growing on me, Walker, but I do kind of prefer... wrong word. I wish they would stop doing the inconsistent voice acting thing, because it's really irritating me. It always has been. All or nothing, damn it. I mean, considering they already had Trigger on hand for the anime cutscenes, maybe they really were just like, here, could you do these 15 cutscenes too, please? Oh, I think I saw this specific picture you were talking about earlier, Crazy Mars, and yeah, I'm with you. Gross. I mean, obviously Data is smarter than Jadzia, that's kind of a no-brainer. Although, yeah, the royal smart person certainly applies to both of them. Worf versus Odo is interesting. We'll see, Zactat. We'll debate it. Hello? Hello? Okay. I gotta equip all kinds of cards. I just only have one. This card's abilities remain a mystery. Yeah, Odo's not smart. But then again, neither's Worf. Odo has an analytical mind, to be certain, but he's also got a rather strong... things in their place bent. Which is actually funny, because if I'm not mistaken, Odo and Worf have a conversation where they specifically talk about how they don't like their stuff being messed with. Remember that scene? Jadzia, yeah. Who? If I ever do review DS9, Jadzia's probably going to be a net negative overall. She's kind of a dick. Damn it, Walker. thing that irritates me most about Jadzia, though, is all her dickishness is never really addressed in universe. It's almost always addressed as if there's something wrong with the other person, not the person that she is pranking. And she tends to get uppity, is the word I want to use there. Ezri, I'm not sure about. But either way, thank you, Walker. I'm going to bow anyways, because I do appreciate you very, very much. Give me a moment, I will jot that down. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Just rush down. Only the desserts for tonight. And I felt suddenly possessed of a desire to have a Coke. Is Is it vanity to drink from a cup with your own face on it? I don't know. Actually, real talk, that sounds creepy. If that was... Like, why would you do that? Oh, God. Okay. I can do it. What was I doing? This way? Oh, I just like the cup. What do you want from me, Crazy Horse? Even better to go to. Oh, this looks like a pre-boss fight room. This is a pre-boss fight room. Which is weird, because this is not a boss fight room. This is just another normal room. Okay. How to put it? I mean, you say only 50. That's a pretty decent amount of enemies. In fact, that's honestly, I would say, above average in terms of enemy types. Granted, we do know from the previous time we played this that these ones over here are reserved for bosses, but still. I've seen several things that could use the electricity power and some kind of tunneling power, which I might be just vibing off of Ori 2 there, but otherwise that's actually it so far. Speaking of which, doesn't know yet. Oh no, that'll draw in loot from great distance apparently, and the bat will make boomerang cheaper. The most basic enemy in the game. That was a weird monster room. Hey, Saberful Wife. How are you doing today? Yeah, no, I decided to deliberately push it because it's actually been really recent since we saved. Well, I'm gonna have donuts, well, stylized donuts, and homemade pizza tonight, so I'm doing right. And I'm playing a game that I'm still trying to gauge what I think of it. It's not bad, and it's hard for me to name any things that it's doing wrong other than the obvious so far. Well, yeah, but you said that about the last game too, Dakota. So, thanks. Terrain design is definitely up from the previous game, so that's nice. Feels more like in line with the third one. The difficulty is absolutely out of whack. I don't really care for that, so I'm probably gonna get dinged. Controls well. Oh god, what is it? He's having like potato and something pizza. It's something he had back up in Montana, and I don't remember what it was specifically. I'll take pictures. Stop saving. No, it sounded good, Chris Norris. I can't remember what it was right now. Just stupidity. Interesting. Oh yeah, music. I'm not sure what I think of the music so far. I need to listen to more than 3 songs. I know, I'm actually up to like 5, but still. Let's test something. We currently have 1 heart, aka 4 health.
Red to go!
Restores us with 1 heart. aka 4 health. That's sort of what I was expecting, but I'm still not happy about that. Tell me, Shantae should not be sexualized. She's cute, damn it. Not sexy. Big difference. Now, Risky! You can put her in a bikini all day long. I don't know if you're ever going to manage Crazy Horse. Do you need help? Do you need recovery? I got your back, man. This is weird because there's a lot of save points, which I don't want to complain about. There's such a frequency of save points, it almost makes me wonder why they don't just have a better save system than save points. Like, this is a game that came out 4 years ago. We have invented alternate methods of saving by then. You know? Hell, oh god, what was it? We were playing something recently which had a form of autosaves. I think it was Ori, actually.
Risky boots!
That's true, it is a phone game. And that's also true, Blade 12. Remember, this had a very short development cycle while they were still working on the DLCs for the previous game. So, you know, maybe they just were like, here, just put save points everywhere. Screw it.
The half-genie runt!
See, that's sexy.
So,
Skeleton bras are where it's at.
Oh my. You just have all the answers, don't you?
Think what you like. My plans are none of your concern.
You won't interfere.
Okay.
let's go!
Excellent, Brigham. Not friggin' time. You know, I've been thinking about the thing that Dakota has brought up several times. The fact that we are a melee-based character in a platformer. And the more I think about it, the more I think that it can work with a few provisos. There's something that I've been chewing on, and I was chewing on it for the previous run too. was that you automatically made it harder to dodge the enemy because you're always up in their face. You're always up here, right up in front of them. So it's harder to even see that they're coming at you. And because they have collision damage, because they have touch damage. Yeah, exactly. Contact damage is just, huh? Now, contact damage can work if properly used for a specific boss or a specific attack, like a dash attack, or pulling out your spiked shield, or whatever. There's ways to make that work. But the fact that it just taps you and does damage to you automatically makes it more irritating. And you might think, well, hang on, what about like playing a Zero in the later Mega Man X's or Mega Man Zeros? The thing is, your swing in most of those games didn't animation lock you, but Shantae cannot move until her recovery frames are done. And there are several of them per attack. So if you happen to catch yourself in mid-swing, you are automatically penalized by virtue of the fact that you can't move for a period of time there, right? And there's other little micro things getting in the way, but I think ultimately they could keep the hair flip if they want to. They just need to do it properly. And I'm reminded of, I forget if it was the second or the third game. I want to say it was the second one, where our attack range on the hair was huge. And it was only the one game because they dialed it back for each subsequent game, including the ones we just recently played. But having the increased range on the hair was actually a huge quality of life feature. I didn't even realize until it was gone. Anyways, that's enough fun for now. If you want to know what really captures those girls, you want to have fun look. Ta-ta. Bye, Risky. Could you teach me that jump off the screen thing? I mean, Soten's another good example of a game that can pull that off. Although Soten, again, does a lot of micro improvements and optimizations to make it very smooth and easy to play. So let me demonstrate what I'm talking about real quick. On the off chance you don't know what I mean by recovery frames. So in any game when you have an attack, there's a wind-up, there's the lead-up frames, the contact frames, and the recovery frames. I'm probably using the wrong terms. I don't care. The wind-up is exactly what it sounds like. How long the animation has to play before you start doing damage. The contact is exactly what it sounds like. These are the frames during which your attack can actually hit the enemy and do damage. And then the recovery is how long after you've done damage before you can do another input. Now, that may look like a small period of time, and it kind of is, but those little micro frames there, less than a second each time, is the recovery frames, the period in which I cannot move again. I cannot do anything until the animation has concluded. You'll notice this issue isn't in the air at all. I can do all sorts of stuff in the air immediately. But as soon as I hit the ground, you see that pause there. And yeah, there are ways to smooth this out, either between enemy design or boss design, or giving you additional movement options, or changing recovery frames, or making your attack hit for farther, whatever. There's lots and lots and lots of ways to fix this, and we've seen dozens of games pull off melee platforming and make it work. But I don't think these do.
Link!
You alright? Who did this to you? How'd you get down here? Link, snap out of it.
Where am I?
Gosh, you feeling alright? I think so. Hold on. I'll get you out of there. This cage sure looks weird. Are you sure you're okay? Never mind the cage. Here, I got something for you.
What's the...
The magical fusion coin. It'll allow you to transform instantly to a new form. This one bears the mark of a dash newt.
Dash Newt?
Dash newts are rare creatures that inhabit the island. Using its abilities, you may be able to locate the source of evil in this place.
Leave it to me. I promise to do my very best.
So, something that was mentioned by the developers, and I kind of stayed quiet about it until now, was they've wanted to have instantaneous transformations since the very, very beginning, which is funny because it's been one of my biggest complaints about several of the older games. So now transformations just happen. It's hotkey at this point. Not a complaint, by the way. We'll see what we think of that long term, but that has the potential to be a really good thing.
Newt Fusion!
So we now have a dash, an air dash, and the ability to stick to walls instantly and automatically without having to switch to monkey form. okay, we can still dance. Just for you. Hey, Sean. Give me 1 second, I need to check something. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that's what I thought. Sorry. So that whole debate I just mentioned about, you know, how the games don't do melee particularly well, is why I have not given a core combat positive to the series. Now, I stand by it, obviously, but it's one of those situations where I'm only now explaining the opinion I already had, if that makes any sense. It's just... It's not terrible so far, Sean. I'm enjoying it, but I don't think it's going to score particularly well compared to the previous ones. Looks like the one on the left, actually. Yeah, it's true. Viscerality has... I've thought about Viscerality every single one of these games, and it has just not come up. For, honestly, pretty obvious reasons. Do me a favor, what's the any percent of this run? Please. Well, I'm playing it on the Switch, but the game was exclusive to Apple machines for 6 months. Because Apple helped fund it, if you're wondering. Also, WayForward has done quite a bit of work with Apple because, well, WayForward tends to do shovelware in order to pay the bills, and, of course, shovelware is on the frickin' iPhone. Oh, that's interesting. I honestly didn't even notice the "you've got this many heart squids" of the area indicator until we got that one. Also, we have streamed mobile games before, we just usually only do it to show off how bad they are. It does make me wonder, like, I've said it before, this franchise has all the hallmarks of a beloved pet project kind of a thing. And it helps to explain a lot of what's gone into the behind the scenes in this series, but it really makes me wonder. Yeah, exactly, Braven. Exactly, Bingo. I'm also liking some of the platforming in this game so far. What I usually call terrain design. Feels more of a platformer, which I tend to like. As we've talked about before, not every platformer is focused on the platforming. Yeah, Castlevania, right? I'm gonna laugh if I end up liking this one better than the last one. We'll see. I don't want to be too positive too early. It would be funny to me, I'm not gonna lie. can tell immediately this is not Jake Kaufman. Now, whether that's a good or bad thing... I mean, it's no Kaufman, but there are other good composers. So we'll have to gauge as we go. Yeah, the music is weirdly chill for a platformer. Not a complaint, just an observation. Oh, and if you're wondering, you can attack out of new form. So you don't have to de-transform to do something. Okay. Well, tickle my tendrils. Jesus Christ. A delicious... little buxom. A delicious little fruit fly has wandered right into my nest. What are you? That exquisite aroma. You must be bursting with flavor. Yeah, sure thing, Ivy. But will you taste sweet? Or sour? Huh? Let's squash you and find out. Water lily sirens. Sunbathing seaweed. Too, by the way. I don't know if you saw those. And we have very few healing items. Do you mind, game? Well, congratulations. Okay, actually, okay. That's confusing, Yura. Because of all the complaints I could level up this game, art style isn't even in the top 30. I'm curious what you don't like about it. And we're dead.
Ah.
Damn it, game. Be a dick now. Yeah, that wasn't happening. Well, I didn't even try.
All clear!
Die.
Clink!
You made it. Good. What do you think the creature wanted with me anyway? Probably wanted to eat me for lunch. And save you for dessert. How is the kid taller than you, Shantae? How are you so short? That newt magic sure came in
I
handy.
never knew I could transform like that.
Harmony says when we work together we can do anything. I hope she's okay. Oh. She said work together, right? So what if we combine our magic?
Combine our magic?
Combine our magic. Combine our magic?
Okay.
Combine our magic. Oh, yes, yes. Anyways, fusion stones naturally happen on this island. A tiny amount like what's in the coin give you the ability of a newt. But what if we had an entire fusion stone? I could give all my powers to you.
What? No way!
You can't just give your magic away. Why not? It would only be temporary. We'll merge our magic into one big, powerful, spectacular superstar super genie. Well, there's the villain's plot right there. We'll trash these monsters, find our friends, and you can give the magic back when you're done. Think about it. Find a fusion stone, maybe in the arena town. Remember, if you ever forget where to go next, try talking to everyone. How did you... Why can't I... Okay, whatever. Okay. Yeah, notice I'm not moving to give that boss a positive. It was just kind of there, honestly. I'm not gonna give it a negative. But, That's gonna be a trend in this game, isn't it? It's gonna be a mid-game, isn't it? What do you want to bet?
Milk Dash!
Another one of those nuggets, whatever those are. Which is funny, because last I checked, they haven't even announced, like, working on a new Shantae game. Unless you count the advanced version, which... Let's see what they do with that. Which is, once again, having a weird publishing... I looked into what you were talking about, Sean. And you're right, it's actually initially only getting published in physical copies in GBA cartridges. Partially being funded by limited run games. It'll probably get ported everywhere else later, just like every other Shantae game has, but once again, their publishing is just weird. Whatever, moving on. A Famicom exclusive. I'm not even sure which ones are Famicom exclusives. So, maybe. Oh. If I have no memory of. I mean, honestly, if they announce that the next Shantae game is Epic Store exclusive, that will completely follow the track record so far. I will not even be surprised. Sure, if I can mark these, but whatever, I suppose. Damn it. I have any healing items? I have one. Oh no, I have two. Screw it. Let's just get back up to base. Yeah, I'm gonna go buy some upgrades, because holy crap. And probably kill some adorable heart squids, too. Right, screen, I should write that down. They look a little less happy about it this time around. Could the rumors surrounding this island be true? Nah, that's silly talk. Rumors are never true in fiction. I saw a hunky paragon of manliness. He was heading to the Far West Bridge. Finally, heartstrings could say there's a lady. You bought a giant plant lady? That's barely even water themed. Oh, Poopy Pigtails came back. Yeah. Don't tell no one. But I sold my card collection to some dudes from Armor Town. All but one card, the most rarest one. I'll trade it to you for nuggets. 5 nuggets. I have 4. How old is Tree Town? I checked the West Shoreline, but there's nothing over there. There's nothing I can see. Check out the caves. Every cave can hold a valuable treasure. You can't always navigate a cave while you're there.
Mount Fusion!
I heard a rumor that Random is secretly going to take over the rewrite project from me. An unusual woman just arrived in town. She has very large goggles. Any electronic fusion zone? Nope. And that Blade Cheval is going to fight me every step of the way in the FF4 rewrite. This morning I saw such a sad plant. Aww. Okay, I murdered it horribly. Hello?
Where'd you put my Minecraft and grab your things?
They're in the garage. I think if you enter the garage from the kitchen, it should be right on the right.
Kirby George.
It is a curvy door, you're right. It's even a warp door, that's the best part. Let me warp around. I shouldn't actually do this, but I gotta go back. But whatever. Okay, we're at I could actually do that, but no, let's head back. Yes, my niece just did a transformation dance. She's now a conqueror of the world. Also, nobody looked it up. I'm so sad. I mean, it's definitely leaning more towards the Metroid-y side of things and less towards the stagey side of things. How much of that it's succeeding at, that's debatable. I was asking someone to look up what the any % speedrun time was for this, out of curiosity. So we moved our luggage. It's another electricity power thing. What are you doing all the way up here? What, you forget?
Huh?
You and Sky got the room with the pool. Me and your uncle, we got this place. It's kinda cool. It stinks. You know what swims in your pool? Ladies. You know what swims in the pool over here? Ladies. Fluke worms! I'm starting to think it's not even a pool. The water's thick and it smells like mustard. I went for a dip and got a thing on my foot. I put it in the trash can. What? Nothing left in the trash can but orange peels and gum. What have you been eating, Bolo? It's true, Yura. I am very slow. Compared to speedrunners. You know what they're doing. 29 minutes. Thank you, Random. Honestly, a lot shorter than I was expecting. I wonder if it uses the wrong orbit. Games like these tend to be ripe with wrong warping because, for lack of a better way to put it, it's easier to trick a modern game into wrong warping than it is an older game.
New fusion!
Just getting my face beat off here, don't mind me. You having AC issues, Dakota? Either way, sympathize. There's the reason I have the major fan on me, and the AC on, and that fan on me, too. Because holy crap.
Hello, young miss.
Hi. I am a deep-sea explorer. My mission is to study the history of the islands with my crew. Our vessel, the Metal Fish, is a deep-sea submersible. It's docked near a trench off the island's east side. I want to learn the secret origins of the sunken city. Who built it? Why? What made it sink? And most importantly, could it still contain life? To continue my research, I require 2 arthropods. One from high elevation cesspools on the west side, and another at sea level from the east side. Okay. Well, as it happens, I don't have those. Well, I hope you have fun, Draxia. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? What? Okay. Sorry. I mean, the States is a fairly large area, Crazy Horse. It's sort of like saying it's worse to live on planet Earth than to live on Vulcan, because some locations on Earth are pretty inhospitable. Well, it's true. I feel like you're missing the point. Well, let's try out this homing rocket, shall we? Actually, just out of curiosity here. Now I got curious. Right now, as of this very second, at a glance, the temperature here varies from about 60 to about, looks like 105 on the high end. I don't know what that is in Celsius. But that is a hell of a spread. And that's just temperature. I cannot imagine it being 60 degrees right now. Yeah, because there's a lot of things that go into that other than just straight temperature. Humidity, breeze, whether or not that weather's being trapped or not. I forget what that's called, but it's when the... Jesus Christ. Soaking all over again. It's when the weather... You don't really have wind so much as you have the weather moving. You have stagnant air as opposed to moving air, kind of a deal. I might not have opened it up, though. Nope, the guessing game is quite open. Try Axia. That's... Try a control F5ing it. Try to see if that helps it. Because I just double-checked. It appears to be working. Show us how many there are here. That does very little damage. For perspective, if you can't see, that's hitting for 2. We hit for 6. We're a lot faster, and we're dead. Jesus Christ. That's not great. We might keep it equipped for bosses, but... Shaman or Hunter, let's say. My goblin was a shaman, admittedly. I mean, that's something that's already been happening in Florida, Crazy Norse. In some areas. It's okay. Construction workers aren't real workers, so they don't need any kind of, you know, protections or assistance in doing their extremely terrifyingly difficult job in the extreme heats they have to work in. How do I make death the player's fault and not the game's fault? I don't fully understand that question. Because that's such a vague question and could apply to a board game, a video game, and a PnP game equally. In fact, dealing with player death is actually a big deal about PnP, for example. Oh, dang it. This hurt. What are you doing here? Drop anything. All that for nothing. So sleepy. Please no waking, not feeling refreshed yet. Okay, real talk, I didn't see that those were spikes. Like, I actually could not physically see that those were spikes. So I was actually really, really startled when I suddenly died walking into the wall there. And we are now out of healing items. We're not going to bother with fighting any of this nonsense. I do like that it shows when you have finished a cave, so you can mark that off your map, so to speak. That's going to irritate me if it didn't. But it does, so that's neat. Sure wish I had that infinite whistle from the last game again. Or even the purchasable bombs from the third game. Depends on the game, Euro. RFF1 is going to be XCOM style, although not quite. RFF2 is going to be more traditional JRPG-ish. RFF3 is barely going to have combat at all. RFF4 will have full real-time action. That's as far as I've thought, which is why I'm stopping there. So I would be more likely to succeed at a spicy challenge, Ross, but I'd do a volume challenge, because I'm old, and I don't feel like enjoying the other half of the spicy challenge.
New fusion!
I have no idea, Trihexia. Here's a better question. Why do so many people criticize me for criticizing Spec Ops: The Lines by specifically saying that I am a patriot of the United States of America, and nobody could ever accept Spec Ops: The Line as being anything other than a perfect game, unless you're not okay with the United States being criticized, which we all know perfectly summarizes me.
Oh?
Thank you. This is incredible. How could two creatures discovered at widely different elevations have so many things in common? It suggests the island itself suffered a turbulent past. Perhaps volcanic activity caused the city to sink. As a result, the island was showered by strange rocks, which were belched skyward from deep within the belly of the earth. Rocks like this one. 6-pound omelet? Actually, I need a number in my head. 25.
New fusion!
That's an interesting question. How many eggs goes into making a 6-pound omelet? Is that a fusion stone? That's exactly what we needed. Let's do it.
Time to combine our magic!
Your soul is mine.
Incredible! I feel like dancing! Yes!
The Seer dance can reveal things that are otherwise invisible. Dance until you see the icon appear, then press left.
Scanning.
What? Why is that what shows up when we do it, and why does it take so long to dance?
Fear dance!
I do appreciate the added indicator that, hey, there's a reason to dance here. Which is something exclusive to these modes, but... Where in the world is Tree Town? I checked the West Shoreline, there's nothing over there. At least nothing I can see. Yeah, okay, I got a game. Does this refill mana? It does. Dancing also uses mana. That's interesting. So 12 egg omelet, mushrooms, peppers, onions, cheese, chili, and home fries with 2 biscuits. Yeah, I'm not into biscuits that much, and that's literally just padding filler at that point for the rest of that meal. is that that's showing up during the scan? It looks vaguely like a version of us, which, considering it's a fusion, it is a version of us. And right on. Okay, enemy drops are worse in this particular difficulty, so we may end up just dying and starting over. In all sincerity, this is something a lot of games get wrong. Don't make plot-critical stuff cost mana. Or if you do, make it not cost mana when it's critical for the plot. Hell, even Bloodstained got this right. Like how certain abilities don't cost mana under certain circumstances, like if you're underwater with a jet, for example. First, get rid of the energy bar era. Eject it entirely. Boom. Make rogues cooldown based instead of energy bar based. There you go. Rogues are better. Not being facetious, by the way. Rogue's marriage to the energy bar has been one of the biggest problems with them for literal years. Not that I'm aware. Oh, and before you're wondering, you cannot do the scan thing until it's shown up on the screen. I have to wait until that shows up to actually do it. It looks like... And... that is irritating. It looks like it literally only scans the screen you're on, not the screen you're on. Let me explain that a little bit better. It looks like it only scans whatever's currently visible, not everything within the current cell. I was expecting it scanned the whole cell. That's bad, to be very blunt. I would also probably try and make swashbucklers a bit more ranged. That's more of a minute, specific kind of a changes thing, rather than big sweeping changes kind of a thing. But I would probably still lean towards that. Make the pirate spec a bit more interesting. let's double check this theory. So you see the cave icon on the map. We got the heart squid from the cave. The cave is now complete. Nope, yep, it X's it out. Okay. Credit where credit is due. That's a decent feature. Oh my god, did you see that? Mine doesn't freeze when you're dancing. Again. They fixed this with the last game. Different hatch. Different hatch. Interesting. Being attacked by bad music. That Nickelback concert all over again. Still don't have any other cards to use, by the way. That makes rockets better. We have no healing items, by the way, at all. I've already jotted it down, Blade Jamal. We'll see how it hangs in the end. Now they're all of a sudden dropping Pokeballs. Not that I'm gonna complain. Huh. Welcome to Tree Town, the hidden island village. Yeah, Gadamo, I need to save, so I don't have to do that again. I like lizards. I can't tell if that's a fighter reference or not. The chief would like to see you. He's waiting inside. Oh, an outsider. How'd you find our town? It took a minute, not gonna lie. Please check out our items. Yeah, what do you got? Boomerang. MP Saver, which sounds mandatory from what I've already seen. 500, by the way. We're gonna buy some health potions. Oh, thank God, we have a warp thing here.
Spear dance! Newt fusion!
I like flowers and trees. And snakes, apparently. No bad crazy horse.
Show me!
Some say these healing waters are the tears of crying tourists. Are the rooms up there really that bad? Well... This is Vera's room. I don't believe she's really gone. How will Tree Town get by without its guardian genie? It won't.
Scanning.
Obs.
Show me!
We keep the sunken city sealed up, always. We fear the things that live down there. Yeah, I don't blame you, lady. As a people, we take great pride in our dance skills. We also take great pride in our counting skills. We have created a mini-game based on one of the two. Oh, please tell me it's accounting. Which one? Cross. Sorry, dance parlor's closed. But... Okay.
Spear dance! Newt!
How are you...
Newt dash!
25 tacos. Street tacos, excuse me. In 30 minutes. I could probably do that. I would regret it, but I could probably do it.
Show me!
Let's get him to save. Other than, you know, the tacos, what's the price for us? I'm out of mana. Oh, nice. think I like it more when it takes off a bit.
Scanning.
Who are you? How'd you find our village? Oh, you're half genie. Same as my daughter, Vera. Ah, my sweet Vera. I am certain she was taken away by those things. For years, my people have been forced to hide. The things from down below, in the depths. They fear the sunlight. But when the sun sets, they come to the surface. They hide in the ghostly fog. Those who are taken never return. Go, dance and have fun. Cherish the safety of daylight. My heart is with Vera. I've opened the dance parlor. Thanks. Thanks. When the music starts, the turbulent hip shaking begins. Try to compose and see if you can hit the mask-shaped targets. Bigger mask, bigger winnings. What? This is not what I was expecting out of this. Why am I dancing like this? Oh, jeez. God damn it. Moves. You dance in such a weird and wonderful way. Thanks. I sense true hope in your heart. Please, tell the chief you must worry no more. Sure, can I have this, please? It is hopeless. I will never see my daughter, Vera. My chief, this young lady's proven she carries true hope in her heart. There's a special joy in her strange, wiggly movements. A joy that gives us hope for tomorrow, that transcends even the constant rating thresholds. Sorry, what that actually says is content rating threshold. But most of all, it gives us the courage to face our fears. And speak in bold text. Okay, game, I get it. Smile. Smile for your daughter, Chief. I must not mourn my daughter. She is still alive. I can feel it deep in my heart. Young woman, thank you for this gift of hope. Please, take this. You got a useless object. That is a useless object. It was a gift to me by my own father. I do not like it. It serves no purpose, but I believe you will give it to no one. Or give it one. Yeah, God. Sorry, you will give it one. You will give it purpose, is what he said. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yes, let's use the... It's a key! God damn it, game. It's clearly shaped like a key. So Risky blew her way in. We had to dance our way in. Okay. What do you want to bet this is this game's attempt at doing... mold... oh god, I can't think of the name of the damn place. In Ori 2? The Hellscape?
What's that? Huh?
You know what I mean. Most stages in a lot of different games have that kind of... you know... the creepy, horrifying place. Moldwood, that's it, Moldwood. Could also just be our Brinstar. What? Ew. The name of this place is Moss something, so makes sense. Yeah, the music's like you're in Doom Hell, and I'm like, no, not really. It's a place that's been underground for a while, or underwater for a while. Hey, something else I can equip. Siri consumes less magic when used. Sure. How about just making it free? No? Okay. I mean, not to make the point, but like the scanner in Super Metroid was irritating, but it was free. You could just use it forever. You know? behind that wall. Been looking for you ever since you fell from sight. You aren't hurt, are you? No, I'm fine. Good. Your heart is set on finding the missing girls, I take it. Well, I have something that might help. There's an opening in the wall here. I'll just pass it through.
What's this thing?
It's a valve handle. Folks have been using it to solve water-themed puzzles for years. Valve handle. It's tradition. If you say so.
Eh?
Right. I'm definitely feeling A positive for music so far. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go up to 2, which sort of makes me sad. Oh, well, I guess.
Mount Fusion! Figure dance! Scanning. Jump dash!
You know, I just noticed we have 12 of 1 there. Question. Why can we keep picking up monster cards after we've already gotten all of them? Oh, apparently you can trade them.
Mount Fusion! Show me!
Second time those, whatever they are, have been looking in. Outside. You know, the other thing that just occurred to me, Crazy Norse. Well, they had lobster tails instead of fish tails, but maybe. Anyways, the other thing that occurs to me is you're like, you know, the music's trying too hard to be doomy and gloomy, and it's called the Moss Overgrown Place, and it's a place that has been sealed away for forever, and they just talked up the horrible things in here that cause them damage every day and only come out at night. So there's all sorts of things indicating this is the horror level. And yet, somewhere the actual level is just another stage. In fact, the background looks like this is literally just a jungle. You know, not that I want to have horrible death doom or anything, I just... You built it up, game, come on. Oh. Okay. Now the coral mine. Well, and ring of coral. I like this song. Probably the first song that's really been a banger.
Scanning.
It's nowhere near as bad as I thought this was going to be. I thought this was one of those puzzles. You know the type. Okay.
Let's go!
That's true, Kira knows. Any kind of healing? Maybe we do. Fine, let's pop the potion. I bought the potions for a reason. Okay, I'm gonna be real, that would not have occurred. And I knew you could use the thing to suck up gems, it's just... Yeah, anyways.
Newt Fusion!
Oh my god.
Show me! Newt! Rep to go!
This continues to not be horrifying, by the way.
Newt Dash! Dash!
If I can't see the viscera. Increased number of dropped gems. Yeah, I'll take that. We're up to 3, by the way, so under a normal playthrough, we would now be capped. Oh, and I forgot to say it. Thank you, Sean, for the tip on the gems. Ooh, even better, Crazy Horse. That's definitely not one of my least favorite things. Super Bowl consumes less magic when used. Yeah, I actually feel bad for those robots, but it serves them right for being made of metal. Although if you think about it, it would be a lot worse if they weren't made of metal. golems are, unfortunately, a thing. What do you want to bet we'll find a flesh golem in Baldur's Gate 3? Any takers? Okay, it's still just the 3. Okay. That's on me. That was bad timing in every way. Yeah, Bob apparently has moved from Mega Man into Shantae, and I'm not sure that I'm happy about that.
Hold it, runt!
You again?
Risky boots. So,
You weren't behind the abductions after all. The work of those creatures. What are they, and where are the others?
Aww.
Are you asking Risky Boot, Queen of the Seven Seas, for help? The true rulers of this island are not the landlubbers above, but rather the sirens that dwell below.
sirens?
7 in all. The 5 that rule over the domains, 1 wretched runaway, and the one whom they all serve. If you wish to save your friends, you must destroy the 7 sirens. But
You'll
first,
have to get past me!
why? Like, seriously, why?
Let's go!
I mean, just for fun is not exactly a terrible answer for having an excuse fight, so, okay, sure, whatever. Well, because she did just beat me for Hexia, obviously. I mean, I have a lot less health than I did last time, so that might be why. Good night, TSB. Have a good evening.
Let's go!
At least I have the 500 now, when I get back to the service. Which is funny, because they were clearly going that direction with the DLC in Half Genie Hero Crazy Horse. So maybe people really liked that, and so they were just like, yeah, let's lean into the low health thing. Oh, you're persistent. You needn't worry. I didn't come to this island to capture your friends. Those sirens can do whatever they want with it.
I'm after the real treasure.
The treasure of friendship.
Treasure?
What in the world is she talking about? I just told you. It's friendship. Be free.
Are you alright?
Snap out of it. Huh? What? Was I
Where
asleep?
am I?
That's not what you just said. I'll get you out of there. Prison was designed to put you under. How do you feel? Disoriented, but fine. Thanks, bunches. Here. Have the drill. Gastro drill? Gastro drill.
Gastro drill?
Gastro drill. They are burrowing creatures who move the dirts.
Leave it to me. I promise to do my very best.
Interesting. Not sure what to make of that, but whatever. Cool. We got Gastro Drill. Is it? Okay, whatever. I mean, drill hair is straight out of MLP at that point. Listen, Crazy Norse, whatever my sister is telling you about what I did with that drill in that one game of D&D, she's lying. Okay? I definitely didn't do exactly what you picture. What had actually happened was I was playing a class. It was a custom rule set, custom class thing. So I was an engineer, and I had the ability to turn nanomachines into whatever I wanted to, essentially. Just dependent on a few specific rule sets and my sister's GMing skill. I was very, very low on mana, aka the ability to make stuff, and there was someone who was trying to kill me. Now, earlier I had made an attachment drill. It was something, it was like, there was a single suction point thing, and it had a rotating drill thing going out like this, and the actual drill was right here, and it would circle around, and as it's attached to something, it would drill into it, and bit by bit it would actually carve a hole through it, right? So I could actually get into stuff. So I suctioned it onto a guy's chest. Now, whatever words I use to describe this will not suffice to explain just how horrific of a death this was. It was really, really bad. And it was also really slow, too, because it's a slow-moving drill. Just kind of, going like this around him. But anyways, the point being, I'm not evil. It was just all I had left. And he was trying to kill me, so I don't feel bad about it anyways. If he didn't want to get horrific to death, he shouldn't have been trying to kill me. That's all I'm saying. I mean, all joking aside, it's the kind of thing that would fit perfectly into like a Saw movie. It was really messed up. And my sister's just saying like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "He's trying to kill me." What am I supposed to do? Just lay down and be like, "All right, shoot me." We got all the heart squids in both dungeons, actually. So that's nice. It also seems like a lot of the gem drops are in the dungeons. Like, I had 100-something walking in here, and I almost have 700 walking out. It feels like the itemization is a lot higher on the labyrinths than it is the overworld. I'm not sure. I don't want to think of that. That's not quite my point. I mean, you're probably right, Blade Channel, but my point is that it feels like the only place that's actually lucrative is the dungeons. Which might be on purpose, but at that point, that just makes the overworld a waste of time. You know? A lot of games have that problem, where they don't understand that if you make, you know, your traversal sections of the game irritating, or frustrating, or not rewarding, players are just going to want to skip them. Pillars of Eternity 1 is a perfect example of that. But also Paper Mario Sticker Star. Both RPGs, while I'm on the subject.
See your hands! Drill fusion! Dextro drill!
Now I'm getting a map. Here. Also apparently went the wrong way. That's this is right before the boss. Why are you giving me a... Look at that. Look at this. There's the boss. Why are you giving me the map here?
Drill!
Nice. What? Was I that low on health? This is a while back. No, I do not yet. Yep, no. Even walking into the wall injured, there's 5 damage. That's a heart and a quarter for perspective. That's why that killed me. 5 damage. I mean, even nowadays, I usually use Google Images for work-related stuff, getting logos or looking up maps, stuff like that.
Drill fusion!
Change of pace tracks you? Ah. You know the only thing I don't like about this song? Some of the background elements sound a lot like someone saying something in the background. So I keep thinking someone's calling me, and I keep thinking about taking off my headphones so I can figure out who's saying what back there. Yeah, no, just verifying. I mean, I have that, but I do not have healing right in any real sense of the word. Yeah, let's just get to a save spot. Let's not even. Let's not even. Really? Okay, not as bad as I thought. That's all the health you're giving me to walk into this boss battle with? Really? Okay, let's see what we got. What? Okay. Hey, Shrimp. Speak for yourself. Feast your eyes on this bad boy, Blue. Built it myself. You're one of the Sirens, aren't you? Or are you trying to eat my friends? Start talking, Seahorse. Pause. Eat your friends? Think I have a death wish? I've got work to do. I'm dealing with years of water damage down here. Only I can repair this kind of tech. I'm a genius, not a workhorse. Seahorse. That's it. Unpause. Have a taste of my explosive temper. Drills to the gills. Okay, so we know she's not interested in fighting us yet. Okay. I don't care. Okay. Hearts? Health? Maybe? Healing dance? Falling into a pit on accident?
Good to go! Mount Fusion!
I'll say this one, whatever.
I'm ready!
And we're dead. Okay. Didn't want to drill up. Okay.
Scanning. Shoot that!
What, ready? Oh, that's cute. Yeah, the fact that there's no health refill before a boss is a choice. Just that 2/3 of the boss's attacks do not allow us to attack them. I mean, the whole game has had this issue. Health drops, and as in hearts, and health items, as in healing items, are few and far between. I've got tons of rupees, but like, what the game wants me to do is either, get good, or go all the way back up here manually, and go to the beginning of the labyrinth, and then go all the way back out again, in order to buy some stuff, and then come all the way back, effectively doing this entire section 5 times. I'm honestly confused by that. One thing I've also been paying attention to is that the drops off of the bases vary. They're random. Which means how much health I get for a particular attempt is itself pseudo-random. And yeah, let's not even get into the backtracking possibilities here. See, I got an extra heart that time. That I didn't get last time. those two vases literally dropped nothing. And I have to skip the cutscene each time, and then I have to skip the other cutscene each time, both of which have to load before I can skip them. Just padding this whole experience out even more. On a boss, which is neat, but ultimately still commits one of the big sins of game design. It does random attack patterns, and 2/3 of those patterns do not allow you to attack her. Which means, mathematically speaking, you are likely to spend a large amount of your time just sitting here not doing damage to the boss.
Mount Fusion!
Has a billion health. That didn't feel like much of a vuln phase. I don't think I hit her any more times than I normally would. It's a really weird vuln phase. It's only 9 hits, 10. I got lucky at the end there. I guess it prevents me from having to jump over the fire? Looks like we get 2 more hits in if we actually get the ball phase. That's a weird thing. Whatever. I'll take it. Not a bad idea for a boss fight, just frustrating because of the health issue. I'm still going to give that a positive, I think, weirdly enough. But that health issue that's not great. So they're the ones who've been terrorizing our village. Can't wait to tell Father. You're spot on about that drill magic.
I never knew I could transform like that.
Okay. That's just what Clink said. Is she's safe in Arena Town? Thank goodness. What about Harmony and the others? I haven't found them yet. No fret. We'll find them. I wish I had the help of my lucky amulet.
What?
Your what? I used to wear it around my neck, but once I was swimming, a big wave came and that was the end of that. That's pretty unlucky to me. Yeah, if I had the lucky amulet, I could help you find the others. If you find it, bring it to me in Tree Town.
You now.
Can I do that, please? Please?
Senior dance.
It's clearly there. What do you want me to do, game? Good afternoon, Valerian. Hope you're doing well today. Oh. This afternoon, I guess. Got that sweet, sweet weekend coming up. Which I'm told is a period of time in which you don't work or something like that. It's something I've heard. I don't know.
Snoop Dash!
That is not the voice I would attribute to that character. I expect to see other people around here. I'm a scientist from the Metalfish. Right now I'm testing a theory about mermaids. You see, when a mermaid's days come to an end, its shells fall to the ocean floor. Over time, they sink into the seabed and become fossils. Do mermaids wear shells taken from other creatures, or are the shells part of a mermaid exoskeleton, there from birth? I, for one, believe the latter. If you can bring me 6 mermaid shells, I'll have the data need to prove my very important theory. You can find mermaid shells in the deepest part of the ocean sands. I'll mark the location on your map. Oh, gully dokily? As an aside, I like that song too. Just not as much of a banger as the Coral Mines.
Now fusion!
Oh, Jesus, Blackwell. Good night, Crazy Norse. Get some good sleeps. That's a hard question, Sean. Obviously, I've been absolutely critical about several elements of it, and unashamedly so. But it does several things pretty right. I like a lot of the actual levels. Like, once we get to the dungeons, they're pretty legit. And I do enjoy a lot of the visuals and the charm and the kit and the controls. But at the same time, the game is unabashedly mean, and not in a way that's fun. It feels like it's trying to cut out the experience in ways that don't really add to smoothness. And this is something that, maybe this is just me, but I very much value fluidity, is what I call it, when it comes to platformers in specific. I love a game, I love a platform where I can just play. Oh, I'm gonna play. Oh, I died, but it's okay. Play. Right? Like, that just keep the flow going. Even in a Mega Man game, when you die, you're back right into it in a few seconds later, right? Or a Mario game, or whatever, you get the idea. And of course, something like Celeste or Metroid tends to be the king of that sort of thing. This feels like... Stop, go. I don't know what else to call it. It's very strange. Let's go buy some upgrades.
Scanning.
First of all, let's buy some health potions. Let's see. Those are expensive. Oh, right. It's not here, it's at the other shop. That's okay. I know where the work thing is. It's right over here. So, I guess kinda, yeah, Sean. So far this feels like a sales bump. I would not be surprised if this scores pretty mid compared to the other ones. It'll probably be a net positive, but not by that much. Over here. 2. Hang on. The load screens aren't helping anything, but that might just be the Switch version. Although, if I might be so bold, that it's not really in the game's defense. This is not exactly the most demanding type of game. This should be able to be played on the Switch without, load screens. Or at least not significant load screens. Oops. Wait, really? There's no excuse for that. If the game's not optimized on PC... I mean, I know, it came out on phone. worst, but really, you know. How's the recipe going? You should see the snack options in my guest room. A bag of corn cob nut tastes like something your uncle dug up. I'm here to find a seaside vending beast. So far, zip. I'd do anything for a slice of Melba toast. Don't have any of that, and haven't seen any. Can't help you. But I can get some more friggin' health. I get that it's part of the shtick, but I cannot be the only person who feels bad about those poor things we just keep murdering. Like, everyone jokes about the fairies in Zelda games, but no, we don't eat the fairies in Zelda games. They fly around us and heal us. Like, we don't just go and turn them into health or something. Maybe that's where the joke came from. I don't know. I don't know. Let's do this. I'm gonna AFK super quick. I've never even heard of that one, Mr. Red. Although, if it's based on Castlevania 64, that'd probably be part of why. I wasn't a big fan of that one. Hey, Immortal Gus. How be ye? You better be doing well, or else we're gonna have to have a chat. That might be why, Mr. Red. I can only keep up on so many games, especially when I'm eternally behind on everything. He says he stands there doing nothing. Apparently Armor Town is to the east. Well, this is on the Switch, admittedly. But this game is also on the PC, and this is the latest Shantae.
New fusion!
Oh god, I don't know, Valerian. I'll be completely honest with you, I haven't even thought about it.
New dash!
If you put a gun to my head, I could probably come up with something. You stop borrowing that gun from Mr. Red. 2019, I believe that airs. Yeah, let me pull up the list. Gosh. Man, I want to play everything on this list. That's why it is what it is. Most want to play. Mina the Hollower. I'm gonna give you some options. Mina the Hollower, the NES block, the SNES block, the Star Fox block, Pokemon Arceus, Pokemon Violet. Yes, I know I'm up to 6. Shut up. Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries. And we'll cut it off there. So there, I gave you 3 options. Yeah, Walker, it's really, really, really bad. Everywhere, essentially, right? As the not really funny joke goes, hey, how's the heat treating you in planet Earth? I should probably mention that I didn't list any of the games that I myself am planning to put dealer's choice towards in that list, which I know sounds weird, but you probably understand why I said that. I gotta mention Starfield because I'm probably gonna dealer's choice the crap out of Starfield in order to play it soon-ish when it comes out.
Scanning.
Really, game. Oh, I meant to do that too. Remind me when I next get to Warpstone to do the Nugget quest thing. Which Shantae entry was most aesthetically appealing to me. I know I'm going to get some hackles for this, but I think I'm going to go with Half Genie here. And I want to explain my reasoning why. Pirate's Curse is the visually superior game. There's no arguing that. It looks a lot better. But for some reason, Pirate's Curse just has this weird fixation with the Dark Souls effect, right? Just cannot help but have weird, random, gross things here and there. And you asked me about aesthetics. I'm not into gross. I never have been, you know? So, I mean, remember the last dungeon of Pirate's Curse? The frickin' eyeballs and the moss wall, the meat walls, and just ugh. Didn't have that in Half Genie Hero. And Half Genie Hero came out a minute ago, I think. I looked up dates, but of course I don't remember right now. 16, I want to say? 2016? What? Legendary food that restores massive health. Thanks. Very carefully, Linear. It's a full-time job. There's the video game series, which I will not name in order to avoid spoilers, where it's actually a plot point that the save person is like, essentially one of the deities of the setting, and is wandering around trying to help you out by allowing you to save your game periodically. A little meta, but, you know, whatever.
Scanning.
They are, of course, also a super optional boss, but, you know, of course they're a super optional boss. What is it these days? Oh, we're going way down. Deep Sea. Oh yeah, I love the music down here.
Fusion!
Really getting those Metroid vibes going.
Show me!
I mean, that's the town guard argument, isn't it, Linear? Not that I'm disagreeing with you. If the town guards are level billion and can kill us in 5 seconds, why aren't they doing this job, you know? Interesting. Well, that's definitely a later.
Fear dance! This!
Frickin' eyeballs, am I right? I keep seeing these damn plants, too. Can't interact with them yet, though. I mean, the digging part is whatever. It controls well, and it's, you know, it is what it is, but I wouldn't call it engaging, since it's, you know, very, very limited in what it is. No checkpoints and no autosaves, Triexia. Manual saves only. Yeah, we can try. Ooh, that was actually really close. Right. Yeah, this is just here again. Yep, okay. Okay. Frickin' eyeballs. I mean, there's no real checkpoint system, though. If you die or game over or whatever, then you go back to your previous save. No checkpointing. And there's no auto saves because you have to actually manually save. So. Okay, so water form thing up there. I don't mind the sand looking simple, but what I mind is the fact that the gameplay of it is pretty simple. There's just not much to it. It's the kind of thing that wouldn't be bad as like a mini-game thing here and there, but the amount of navigation that relies on it is a little bit questionable, I think. Well, yeah, they use save points instead of save anywhere. Instead of a save system. More nuggets. Oh, hey. Rockets travel much faster when chasing down their targets. Sure. Why not? It's 2 homing missile upgrades we've got. And all the mermaid shells. Give me a warp point, please. No such joy. Okay. Sorry, I was just reminded of the argument that I've heard before that I've been spoiled by good game design. Which is one of the strangest arguments I've ever heard. Seriously hook it all the way back up manually. That's just where we're at now. Oh my god. Okay. Here we go, I suppose. Oh god, no kidding here. Here's good game design. Oh no. Seriously, do I have to just walk all the way back up there? Okay. So, let's talk about how not to do backtracking. Here's how you don't do backtracking. Well, first of all, that's how you don't do backtracking. But the other way you don't do backtracking is you just have the player go back through the same area they've already been through with no change and no variance. Nothing has changed about the area. Nothing has changed about their kit. Nothing has changed about the enemies. It's literally just going back through the same area. When players say backtracking, usually in a derogatory sense, that's what they actually mean. So this is bad backtracking, like to a T. Let's see what this was. Okay, cool.
Drill fusion!
Metroidvania with no map. That sounds like, bad. Sounds bad. So far it's our best scoring Shantae game, Lunarith, but only by a small margin. It's pretty much right alongside Curse of the Seven, Pirate's Curse. Get my name screwed up here. In short, it scored a little bit better on the gameplay axis and noticeably worse on the story axis. I'm gonna have to pop a potion during this backtracking. That just occurred to me. Lest I die during the backtracking. I'll take it. Whatever. Not gonna argue. Wish I could go up here, but you know, whatever. Oh my god, look at how far around I have to go. To go one square up. Jesus. Reminds me of a debate we had one day, Mr. Red. What's the best first game out there? Because there's been some first games that are pretty solid. What happened, Yura? True, Mr. Red. Super Mario This 1 is such a landmark game, it's hard to even properly overemphasize just how much that game has shaped gaming history. We're talking about most influential games. I don't think any game comes really close to Super Mario This 1. Are you kidding me with this? It's right there! Okay.
Mount Fusion!
I suppose that depends on how hot it is there right now. How's the heat treating you? That's really the question. As Lord knows, in a lot of places the heat is not great right now. Hey, Czar. How is this island just floating up here? What is this? Subnautica? In Subnautica, they have an explanation for how the island floated. There's like a city up here.
Mount Fusion!
Hang on. We got the water lily. It's a super rare, ultra serious monster card. Equip that on the subscreen. Yeah, Wait, there's another nugget trading monster card collected on the island? Who owns a lizard? And is a good girl? Yeah, absolutely, Czar. Its absence would be what I would call an unskippable cutscene, which would absolutely be a negative.
Mount Fusion!
Got it. Purify water. Monkey on saddle riding small dog. Might need not everything. Is that another storm? It's like 3 days in a row. Not that I'm really complaining. Oh yeah, let's see what that card does. Hair whip attacks deal even more damage. Sure, I'll take that. Yeah. Do you like good weather? Well, screw you, buddy. If you want good weather, make a lot more money. 6 or 7 figures a year. Then you can live someplace which actually has good weather. Raised our damage by 1. That's funny. That's what I expected. It's just... Oh, you found the mermaid shell. Did you bring me 6 of them? There you go. Splendid. No, the Midwest is the middle of the country. You got the East Coast, you got the West Coast, you got the Midwest. And that's kind of it. The South actually is kind of a conglomerate thing, and so's the North. But those are the 3 categories. Let's see. Processing. Oh dear. Deciphering and blast it. Drat. These shells did not come from a mermaid. They came from a sea cow. By the look of it, all 6 came from the same cow. Back to square one, I suppose. Well, thanks anyways. I'd probably owe you something for your trouble. Here. Something I found on the ocean floor. You can keep it for your troubles. Thanks. I think. I mean, honestly, I would love to have Shantae's hair linear. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, no kidding, Blade of all. I mean, I'm okay with just the looks there. Being able to whip someone to death with my hair sounds neat, but it has a lot less everyday practical application than you'd think. Don't ask me how I know that. I mean, imagine I'm just out and about, like, and I do, you know, I do the hair toss, and someone's like, ah, because I've actually killed them. Because remember, NPCs tend to have much less health than PCs or monsters. So a typical person just out in the street, they probably have 1 health. So, and they're dead. Just like that.
You're back!
As you can imagine, my father was overjoyed to see me. I've honestly never seen him so happy. Unfortunately, there's still no sign of the thing that you have in your inventory. There you go. Yeah, exactly. You're... and just the whole row, or the whole column in front of her is dead. My amulet was crafted on this island. It's made entirely of fusion stone.
Time to combine our magic!
Okay, so what do we get from you? Power of... probably the plant thing, because she's from Tree Town, and there's a plant thing in her room. So it's either that or the frickin' one.
Incredible!
Really, Malachor? Wow.
I feel like dancing!
Fresh dance can heal your wounds, but can also bring life to others. But we just now gotten a heal. Interesting. Would I want to be able to shapeshift into animals? I mean, there's like 1,000 other powers I'd rather have before that. But like, if you're telling me, be a normal human, or gain the ability to shapeshift to animals, then yeah, sure, I'll take being able to shapeshift to animals. It's better than nothing, right? You know what I'm saying. Not a bad drain rate. Now if I had to pick a specific animal to transform into, that makes it a lot less useful. Because yeah, I would probably have to go with something that can fly. But how many things that can fly quickly enough for it to be really worthwhile? Like, yeah, if I wanted to go to the store, like, I'm curious, what is the average airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Hey, Doom Rider. Thank you muchly. Always. Always appreciate you. And as a reminder, I'm getting killed by a mermaid. As a reminder, you can put the swords up to 2 additional things if you want to. Yeah, let's assume that it's magic. So, like, your clothes transform too, and then you transform back to having your clothes when you're done. You got it, Doom Rider. Give me one moment, please. Nobody took the bait on my joke. Look, I know it was a terrible joke. So, Zelda block, Pokemon Arceus, and StarCraft block. Actually, yes, Europe. Even to this day, I have a lot of respect for wrestlers. I just have a lot less respect for Vince McMahon, who is a disgustingly terrible human being. Who has quite literally been culpable in people dying. Like, I don't know how else to explain that. That man is just scum. But wrestling in general? Oh yeah, absolutely. So true, Doom Rider. No, exactly, Yura. That's kind of exactly what I'm talking about. You know me and worker rights. That's kind of a big deal for me across the board, regardless of what kind of work you're doing. So, you know, wrestlers have a pretty rough job if you think about it. Yeah, they have to be good actors, good at stunts. They have to have the memorization. They have to stay on character and on draft. Like, there are storylines and arcs that they follow that they have to be aware of, you know? And that's not even talking about all the crap that they have to do to constantly move around to the next venue, as Malcor points out. Like, the damage to their knee cartilage alone is just terrifying to think about. What's really frustrating about the whole thing is wrestling brings in a crap ton of money. And so arguably, they should, like, hypothetically, have the money to take care of their wrestlers. They just don't because of greed. Like, I usually don't like to slam that hammer down that hard, because usually there's mitigating circumstances and difficulties in the way, and blah, blah, but no, it's just straight greed. I don't know how it is in other countries, admittedly, but here... Money to love, people to spend, Valerian. I'm aware of that story, and yeah, it's one of the biggest reasons why Hulk Hogan could go directly to hell, in my opinion. Like, what the crap, dude? Other than the thing that Malachor literally just said, Hulk Hogan's just kind of generally a scumbag. You know the type. General scumbag. Seriously? You're joking, right? Okay. Oh, wow. Rain's coming in a lot heavier now. If we suddenly go offline, you'll know why. Again. First time this week, even. Listen, reading is hard. So, Jesse Ventura, who you may or may not remember from Running Man, and also The Predator, tried to unionize, but Hulk Hogan sold him out to Vince McMahon, which pretty much torpedoed Jesse's career in several ways, and union busting happening, yada yada yada. And the best part, yes, sorry, correct. Did you see the VOD? The best part was that Hogan got, like, nothing from that. Like, he didn't get, like, some kickback or payoff or anything. He just was that much of a scumlord that he just decided to sell out the rest of his people for effectively no good reason. No, on the VOD kept recording after the power went outside. That's why I brought it up. Because, you know, my power didn't go out. I'm on a backup power supply. Well, it's really simple in Earth. So let's say that you want to unionize voice actors. And I'm like, cool, no problem. I'm against that, obviously, because I'm a big evil executive with a cigar in my mouth. And I smell bad. So I'm like, you try to unionize and I'm going to make sure you never work again. So you're like, okay, sure. But then you quietly try to get a union going, because you can do that. If you manage to get a union going quietly under the hood, legally speaking, then you could then have your union get legally recognized, get your dues in. There's actually a lot that goes into unionizing. But the point is, let's say that you reach out to Mr. Red. And Mr. Red's like, oh, you're going to unionize. Great idea. Mr. Red then comes directly to me and says, hey, Linairith is unionizing. I immediately fire your ass, which I can do, and blacklist you so you'll never work in this industry again. And I make sure, and I make it clear to the rest of the people that if they try to unionize, the same kind of crap's going to happen to them. gotta watch yourself. And again, the best part is Hogan didn't really get anything out of it. It wasn't like he was paid off to do it. He just was a dick. Yeah, Vince McMahon is I say this with absolutely no hyperbole. He is a disgusting human being. He is a very disgusting human being. Whatever I tell you right now will not get across how much of a just awful, awful human being that man is. Okay. Back to Shantae. I would rather work for Bobby Kotick, Mr. Red. That is not a joke. Like, I'm not even invested into wrestling, and it doesn't matter, because he's just that terrible of a person. Jesus. Oh my god, oh my god. Hang on, hang on. One second. Sorry, there's a rainbow in our backyard, like right there, and I had to call that to my niece's attention. Okay, what are we doing? Right, we're going over here. Now that we have full health again, and mana again.
Snoop Dash! Senior Dance!
How did you lose stream? Because the power went out for the neighborhood, Czar. My internet went out. My computer was still going, but like, there's only so much I can do about that. Is that just now? Good sir or madam, I feel so completely awake, I feel like water skiing on a baby's bicycle straight to the stars. O.E. Gadzooks a million. How long have the lads and lasses been down there? I've got to run a winch and haul them up now. Not later. Lickety split on the double. Do not pass Joe. Do not collect rent. Okay. If I could do a dance that makes me feel refreshed. Can we make that a thing? I mean, you're right, Linear. See if they're all fine or if they're all waterlogged and jellified limey skeletons. I hope they're fine. It's your fault for not waking me up sooner. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, they're all fine. We've met 2 of these people already.
Ahoy! Welcome aboard the Metal Fish.
As I mentioned before, our mission is to learn everything we can about the sunken city. Everyone says we're crazy, that the lower levels are cursed, evil monsters, blah blah blah. But I say no to conventional wisdom. Let's descend to a place where wisdom is without meaning. To the very bottom of the food chain. Want to see what's down there? Wait, what? No, I didn't mean to. Okay. So I don't like watching martial arts in general, Yura, so I guess by default, yes.
Are you sure this thing is safe?
Relax.
If there were any danger, the proximity alarm would tell us.
What's that noise?
It's just the proximity alarm. Nothing to worry about. I'm not relaxed anymore. Take it easy. This is just water. Water's the sailor's best friend. It's just stopping by to say hello, that's all. And that howling noise? Merely one of nature's creatures, the bounty of the sea, coming to pay its respects with a friendly, metal-creaking, hull-crushing, just for fun, hug. Want to go away? We're dead, aren't we? Pretty much. This is the... Okay, you finally got a laugh out of me, game. Let's electrify the outer hull. Wouldn't that fry us, too? Only one way to find out! Yeah, a UPS is our uninterruptible power supply. Sean, I didn't even think about that. The shaking stuff. Yeah, that might do the trick. Next stop, ocean floor. Pressure? What's that? I'm glad you're liking Lotro, by the way, Valerian. Because, I mean, Lotro is rough as hell, to put it very, very nicely. But at least I can understand why people actually enjoy Lotro, unlike some games. You say so. Anytime you'd like to return to the surface, we'll be here. But for now, be a dear and check the hull for damage. Yeah, sure. Careful, that thing might still be out there. Nah, it's fine.
Squid Baron?
Good. For a minute there, I thought you couldn't hear me knocking.
That was you?
You put us all in danger. Yeah, whatevs. Listen, this is important, which is why I need to talk to you. This is about the missing girls. I have an idea for a video game. Picture this.
Not now.
Hear me out. This is awesome. I'll be the star, and... we're in extreme danger down here. This place is home to foul creatures that will gobble you up in one bite. You know, you're right. Better to show you. Let me go set you up. Wait, what? Squid Barons on the island too? As if I didn't have enough to deal with. That's... what? Not even close to the music I was expecting to hear down here. I mean, you're right, Ross. You're absolutely right. I mean, you remember how the early internet days were, right? Message boards and email. Not even, like, normal message boards. Email groups. Now to kill him! I resurrected you to die. Really? Looks like we're getting electricity down here. Oh. I didn't mean to do that, but whatever. It's actually a really easy answer. Do you know how expensive it is to keep EverQuest alive? Not to keep developing for it or producing for it, which last I checked they aren't, but just alive. not sexy women monster fish things this time. Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. Pennies. It is a joke to keep an MMO in maintenance mode. It's something I've talked about several times, and one of the biggest reasons why it irritates me when MMOs shut down is because, you know, it's so cheap to maintain. Now, apparently, that's not the case here. Apparently, there's still an expansion going. In that case, unfortunately, the answer changes completely. So there's this thing called nostalgia, right? And it's a venomous cancer on the entertainment industry. No, it really is. I'm not actually joking about that. Because it's taking something good and twisting it into something bad. Let's put it that way. The simplest way to put that. Because there's nothing wrong with nostalgia in and of itself. Really. There's nothing wrong with enjoying something because you enjoyed something. What the problem there is that an inordinate number of companies in several aspects of entertainment media have been squeezing nostalgia as hard as they can in absence of other aspects of design. It's not just a problem of stagnation, although that is a problem as well, but it's also a problem of trying to... it's this... Yeah, yes, Eros, yes, that's a good way to put that. The reason EverQuest is still around is because people still pay for it. That's really the fundamental answer there. But there's like 13 different problems with the nostalgia squeeze. I don't even know how to summarize. I'm just gonna say that. The fact that there are corporations and companies which are going out of their way to squeeze nostalgia as hard as they possibly can in order to keep people going down the same particular rabbit holes over and over and over again is a problem societally as well as in terms of industry, in terms of economics, in terms of creativity, and just general fun. Because, and this is the insidious part, this is the part about it that really sucks. If you told me to my face, I enjoy playing EverQuest, and I want to keep playing it, I don't really have the right to tell you that you're wrong. It's not in my purview to say no to you for that, and to tell you that you're wrong and you shouldn't pay your money on that. And that's why it's insidious. That's why it's so problematic, is because it's taking something good and twisting it into something not. No, I mean something actually insidious, not like Rupert. God, these things get like a truck. A bad game I like because of nostalgia? No. You are quite correct, Yura. I don't really have nostalgia. There are some things that will cause me to go, oh, I remember that sound. And it's always sound. It's always audio. But, I don't really have, like, a nostalgia in any traditional sense of the word. And mermaids. I think it's in the highlight... Oh, no, we don't have a highlight reel for that game. Never mind. Mr. Red, I got a job for you. I'm joking. Joking. I mean, Astron's Call was an extremely bad game that also happened to be the best MMO at the time. Make no mistake, if I decided to review Astron's Call now, it would review extremely badly. It's not that good of a game.
Move it, Squid Baron!
I need to find the missing girls now. Yeah, I'm moving out of your way. Totally, but first I need to show you my awesome game idea. Imagine this. You play as the bold and daring Squid Baron. Why? Duh. Fantasy fulfillment. Whose fantasy? Yours! You're interrupting. Your quest is to find 3 Dagron balls that are hidden about. Only by their might can the land be saved. Fine, but after that, you leave. Ken, according to the prophecy, you're the only one who can wield the Dagron balls. That's because you bear the mark of the champ on your left hand.
This is dumb.
Thomas Squid, which hand is my left hand? Enough. Learn by doing. You'll find the 3 Dagron balls trapped in the statues I put them in. Go now.
Oh.
Okay. Here's another example. WoW Vanilla was there for me when I was literally in a wheelchair. I was really, really not doing well at that point in my life, and was what I would refer to as actively suicidal. That doesn't make WoW Vanilla a better game. Now, the flip side of that, and the thing that most people also screw up here, is that that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with that. If I had decided to enjoy WoW Vanilla because of the fact that it was there for me at an important part of my life, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, the catch comes from when you're a dick about it. If you insist, for example, that WoW Vanilla is the greatest MMO ever made, because it was a bad game when you needed a game there, doesn't make it a good game. It means you enjoyed the game. And there is a distinction between those two things that a lot of people, I think, need to understand a little bit better. Same with anything. I know where this is. And this ties into why, I mean, Yura asked the original question very, very accurately. Is there a bad game I enjoy because of nostalgia?
This'll make it better.
I don't know what to tell you, Yura. I don't have that. I know that makes me unusual. I do. I get that that's not the norm. Most people I know will actively go out of their way to enjoy bad games or shows or movies or whatever because they have some kind of nostalgic pull to them. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, my sister, she thinks the best Mario Kart game is Mario Kart 64. Do you know why? Because it's not because it's the best Mario Kart game. It looks like an electricity thing. By the way, my favorite Mario Kart game is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the most recent one, because it's the best Mario Kart game. But then again, that should be self-apparent by the mere virtue of how I do my review system. You know, the very structure of my review system doesn't say, I like this game because I had a good time with it, or I like this game because I have fond memories of it, right? I mean, WoW was years ahead of its time. There's a reason so many MMOs tried to copy WoW and failed miserably. So, do I have nostalgia towards LTTP or Mega Man X1? No. I mean, there's that one sound, which I've told you the story about, which means victory because of what it meant to me when that happened. But that just means there's an association of that song with that idea. It doesn't make the game any better or worse.
New Fusion!
Mega Man X1 and LTTP just happen to be really good games. No, Oblivion is also a pretty damn good game, and I proved that when I reviewed it. Oh, absolutely, Vulgar. What's really funny is Copy the Winner makes so much sense if you're an idiot. And the moment... Same one, I think. Puppy the Winner makes so much sense, but only if you're a moron. Put it to you this way. Congratulations, Vulgarity. You are now you are in a very expensive bespoke suit. And you're just sitting there, chomping on your cigar, which is made of the dried tears of orphans, okay? And you're sitting there going, so, Mr. Runner, why should I invest or greenlight the game, show, movie, book, device, car, anything else that you say you should do? And I say, well, I've been looking at the industry, and I spent a lot of time and thought, and I figured this exact type of game, when it comes out, would be really good for the market and could help push gaming forward, help us establish a new franchise, and all sorts of things like that. And you're going to look at me and say, okay, so that sounds like a lot of risk and not a lot of reward. And it also sounds like the kind of thing that doesn't even make sense. Like, do you have any proof of this? Do you have any proof of concept that shows that this kind of thing is going to succeed? To which I say, no, of course not. Hasn't been done yet. That's the whole point. And then you say, all right, screw you. But if I come to you and say, hang on, WoW is really successful, so I'm going to make WoW 2. I'm going to make a game like this. And if you say, well, hang on, how's it going to make money? I'll say, well, WoW makes a lot of money. And I will show you documents. I will show you spreadsheets that show how much money this game makes. And you'll say, You'll greenlight the second one. And I know I've made this point before, but it's worth noting that that is exactly what happens. It's not even just the suits, although the suits are partially to blame, of course, but it's also the investors. The investment blocks and investment holders want to make sure that they get a return on the investment, which means they specifically want to have the safest investment possible. And there's very few things as safe of an investment as doing something that's already a proven model. And actually, no, Final Fantasy was upping Dragon. Wow. Double, oh my god. Dungeons and Dragons. God, I can't talk. No, seriously. I mean, the answer is, of course, yes, Sar. All you need is to do exactly what you just said to do. Less padding, less empty text. And I call it empty text for a reason. It's really funny because the moment we came up with that term back in Persona 5, everybody understood it immediately. Because you know what it means when there's a game which just has a lot of empty text. I'll use an example of a game series that you might not have occurred to you as an example of this. The Mario and Luigi series. Now, most of you in chat have probably not played that series, in which case, shame on you. But the Mario and Luigi games are really, really good games that have an inordinate amount of empty text in them. Like, it takes people 5 sentences to say the words of one sentence in almost every single case, and they really like to repeat themselves. To the point of it just being aggravating. Which is a shame, because the story of those games is pretty legit, other than that huge, glaring problem. And a lot of games have that problem. The Tales of games, for God's sakes. Oh, you bought the quest stuff? Will you deliver the Dagron balls to me? Quest is fulfilled. Now I'd give you a treat or whatever, and you get more powerful. Get it? That's the game. Can I please get back to my rescue mission now? Hey, you do you. I'm off to check on my investments. Think about it. I thought he'd never leave. Yeah, sure, let me get to a save point first. Or a dungeon. Sure. mean, I think you're right. There we go. This is up to date as of right now. Most down-to-earth writing in an RPG? I mean, Witcher 3 has some damn good writing. But actually, Final Fantasy Tactics comes to my mind first when I think of that. I don't know, I have to think about that. Earthbound. Actually, yeah. For all the zaniness, Earthbound manages to be very down to earth. It's part of the appeal of the game. I don't even mean that as a pun. I mean, that's the kind of writing I go for myself here. I don't know if I succeed, but I do go for it. I am out of mana. Oh, jeez, okay. It's fine, Trihexia. It's fine. That was a heart. That was a heart. Oh, whatever. Boomerangs are thrown with tremendous speed. We don't even have the boomerang spell yet, actually. Yep, nope, we do not. From mid-game. Listen, Yara. How can we know who to root for if they make mistakes all the time? I mean, that sounds like villainous talk to me. Are you one of the villains, Yura? We all know, only villains can be sexy and also flawed. I mean, how would the villains lose if they weren't flawed? The heroes can't possibly beat them. Is that a pulled pork sandwich? Hey. That is a pulled pork sandwich that dropped off of some lizard in a volcano. An underwater volcano. Jesus Christ, those hit hard. Oh my god. You'll notice there's also no armor upgrade. Did you catch that? Like, at both of the shops I've been to, there is no option to upgrade your armor. Just your damage. Inventors. Oh. Ooh, I didn't know you could take a summer break. That's some new thing they just invented. Either way, I hope you enjoy yours.
Snoop Dash! Snoop Fusion!
Wait, you can take breaks in Europe? Hey, just jostle me. Do you see how hard these things are hitting? I think too many people are making too much noise about Inventors. No offense, obviously. But I do think some people are blowing it way out of proportion. Because, in general...
This'll make it better.
I actually agree with the developers. Because, first of all, they're right. This is a magnum opus game. It's pretty much the exact same thing as saying, don't expect every game to be Witcher 3, right? Because, of course not. Right? Not every game is going to be Witcher 3. That's crazy.
Snoop Fusion!
Having said that, I agree it's a bad thing, actually. Having said that, I think at least part of the problem is that the developers are kind of in a rock and a hard place situation here. Please try to remember that anything we have to say on the matter doesn't really matter to the people making the actual decisions. The reason I like to use the phrase money people isn't because they're rich or whatever. It's actually because they're the people who make the decisions when it comes to development, right? The money people can be shareholders, it can be the CFO, it can be the CEO, it can be the COO, it can be multiple people, it can be one person. That's how that works. That's why I use such a generic phrase, because it varies from company to company. So, the money people tend to follow trends, and trends are vague, not literal. Let me explain what I mean by that. Let us assume for a moment that you're a big cigar cruncher. There's a lot of cigar crunching going on today. You're a big cigar crunching CEO, you know, I'm evil. Let us also assume that you are... Well, let's do this. Let's also assume that you are being handed the task of deciding what kind of thing to change, to do, right? You have to follow the trends because trends are what sell, and that's what your investors are demanding, what the board is demanding of you. Because even though you're not actually the source of this problem, you are culpable in it. Now, Bob and Jill and your son, along with like someone you play at your bridge club, all talk about how Fortnite is this big thing, and you're like, oh. And okay, Fortnite's a bad example, but just whatever. We're gonna say Fortnite. No, we're gonna say Sportnite. It's this brand new game, and they're all talking about it. So you get this vague impression in the back of your mind that Sportnite is a big deal, because the human brain actually operates in vagueness more than in specifics, right? We all have this problem, me included, by the way. I'm not trying to throw any stones here. So, you find yourself thinking, oh man, this must be a big thing. This must be the latest trend. So I need to follow this trend, obviously, because it's the big thing right now. But it's not the trend. If you actually pulled out real data and research information on the matter, you might see that actually, no, there's hardly any market for the game, and it has a very small player base, and it doesn't make a lot of money. Damn, those spitballs hit for 7. Crazy. But that's what I mean by that. Now, you're probably thinking, what the hell does that have to do with Baldur's Gate 3? Well, let's assume that you're hearing a bunch of buzz about how absolutely amazing Baldur's Gate 3 is. And so, all of a sudden, you've got 15 people crawling up your ass demanding that you make a game in the style or make or whatever of Baldur's Gate 3 because it's the trend right now. And this is why I'm kind of on the side of those developers, because I can just picture the nightmare developing in their brain as they think, oh my god, everyone's going to think that this is something that's doable, and have no idea how to actually do that. Picture for a moment being a developer who's being told, make a Baldur's Gate 3, you know, in whatever IP we happen to own the rights to. And you've been given, I don't know, maybe a fifth of the budget of what you should be. Oh, and a very hard deadline that cannot be moved under any circumstance because you have to hit that quarterly report. So you've got limited time, limited budget to produce that. So I don't blame certain people, especially developers, for trying to get ahead of this particular trend and be like, no. They're going to fail, of course, because that's how trends work. It's the reason we got so many Doom clones. You remember how Doom was actually a really well-designed game and had a lot of thought and effort put into it, like its first act of it? And you remember how a bunch of people said, first-person shooters, make them, and they all sucked? Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them sucked. Remember when Command & Conquer came out? Another thought-out game? Jesus Christ, they hit hard. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I don't like anything about this room. Except for which is probably not helping anything. Get the right spell equipped.
Newt fusion!
I agree with that, Yura. I, of course, do not know the answer to that. But I agree that figuring out how Larian was able to accomplish this feat is really what needs to be decided here. Or determined here. Not go make a Baldur's Gate 3. Well, it's an interesting question. So I could just say that I'm smarter than those people over there, which I am. But no, it's actually a much worse answer than that. What possible motive would they have for doing that well? Like, I'm explaining this wrong. Yeah, I'm not greedy, I'm not short-sighted, but more to the point, my goal, my interest, is to do my job the best that I can. A manager's job, a manager's goal, is to make money. For them, individually. If you put me in charge of a company, I'm going to try to develop that company as best as I can, because that's my goal in the matter. But that's not the goal of 99% of executives in the United States. Their goal is make money. Well, that's an interesting statement, Lord Harriman. Because not always, no. In fact, there are plenty of cases where making money actually costs, making a successful project costs the individual money. Let me use comic books as an example, because I can speak to that with some authority, because I've actually studied it. So there was a period of time in which business got involved with comic books. You're probably familiar with it. It's the late 70s, early 80s period. It's when comic books almost died as a medium because business got involved, and I'm getting ahead of myself. So, business got involved, and there was a manager who was put in charge of an entire product line. Which, I'm saying that wrong. It wasn't one product line. It was like an entire arc. Basically, someone was being put in charge of Marvel. All of Marvel. In terms of comic book output. Big deal. Big job. He was told, tighten the belt, make more money. Which he did. Congratulations. Do you know what he got out of that? An attaboy. He got a meeting telling him, good job. Also, next quarter, we need you to do that again, but more. Now, the reason I bring up that exact example is because I can point to it as an actual evidence, but that kind of thing happens all the damn time. There's just not a lot of... For all that people talk about how incentive-based economics is what, capitalism is or should be, the fact of the matter is, in most cases, there actually is no incentive to do the best job you can, or to do the best thing you can for the company, or the customers, or the IP. Generally speaking, you are incentivized to do just good enough to just kind of hover there, right? And slowly kill the company, the IP, and your customer base. And that's kind of how it has been for a very, very long time. Yeah, exactly, because you don't want to be fired. But you also don't want to do a particularly good job because there's no benefit for doing a particularly good job. Exactly, Ventures. So, it's actually worse than that. So if you give 100%, two bad things can happen. First, they will assume that that's the norm and expect that from that point onwards. Or, excuse me, they will also then say, hey, so yeah, we need 120% next time. It is what it is. It's one of the reasons why I do have some sympathy for people who work in these industries, even though they're pretty much at the heart of a lot of the dumb decisions that we, the actual customers, hate. Is because most of them are doing it because it's that or don't have their job. And there's enough creative new people that get cycled in and out of the industry over and over and over again. That's like this endless array of new blood that helps to keep actual new and interesting and fresh ideas in the industry. It's how we get things like, to use a very, very blunt example, Undertale. Which came about because one dude was like, you know, well, actually more like 5 people, like, I want to make this game, and then they did. Because, and I know that's going to sound really shocking, Lord Harlow, but some people really just want to do a good job. Like, that's their goal. It was like 5 people, sorry. It doesn't matter. The overwhelming majority of the work was done by one person. I just don't like crediting one person in general. That's indie, that's different. Well, that's interesting you say that. How many things have you seen Toby Fox's name on lately? Because that's kind of how that works. Is that one person does something creative and interesting, inventive, and then other people jump on that. Other people try to pull that person in. Other people try to say, hey, can you do this work for us? And that's kind of exactly what's happened with him. Now, Toby Fox has managed to stay mostly out of that cycle, but that's ignoring the point I'm trying to make, which is that this jump sequence sucks. Oh my god. What the point I'm trying to make is that the industry as a whole has lifeblood being pumped into it. If it didn't, the industry as a whole would die immediately, thanks to this whole problem I'm talking about. I mean, how many people do you think were inspired by Toby Fox and got into gaming as a result of that? Or Notch? Here's another example. God damn it. Anyways, I'm getting way off topic. The point is that what you're absolutely right, Lord. It's just nobody really seems to give a damn. If you make a successful product, generally speaking, you will make money. But as we've said so many times, making money is not actually the goal of most of these people. Weirdly enough.
Hold it, runt!
Hi.
Risky boots.
You don't have to say that every time, Shantae.
You've got some explaining to do.
You're so demanding.
Perhaps I finally started to rub off on you. No comment. Although that beats a lot of the fanfictions I've read. I'll answer one question only. Okay, what are you really doing on this island? That's a dumb question. You just come here to find the treasure?
Shame.
That sounded like 2 questions. This girl's vanishing at the same time you show up. It can't be a coincidence. I'm feeling particularly generous today, so I'll make you an offer. Defeat me and I'll tell you what you wish to know. Are you really ahead of the quickie mark? I hate that I get that immediately. I don't know if I'd get rid of her saying risky boots, but I'd at least have a conversation about getting rid of her saying risky boots. know me. Traditions cannot exist on their own. They have to be justified.
Stop!
You and me, stubborn as ever.
You promised!
No, she didn't. Why are you here? Tell me. Well, very well. Like I said before, I'm here for the treasure. It's not good enough. But how about this?
The real treasure is the sunken city itself.
Dun dun dun, wah, 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 wah. And I intend to take it. I can steal an entire city. Have you not seen Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? You waste enough of my time as it is. Ta-ta!
The city is the treasure? What?
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Trends and indications and inclinations are all whatever, but companies don't always follow those. Sometimes some people just get together and really want to make X, Y, or Z. You know? This can be good or bad. I'm sure you've heard of the giant spider story.
Fusion!
But even if you haven't heard the giant spider story, the fact of the matter is, a lot of people just really say, you know, I just want to make such and such. And then they do. And I'm pretty sure that that's exactly why, to use a very direct example, Larian made Baldur's Gate 3. Because they frickin' wanted to. And, yeah, exactly, vulgarity. And I'm pretty sure that that's exactly why Larian has spent the last several years in early access, very slowly and meticulously developing Baldur's Gate 3. This is their magnum opus, right? I guarantee you a lot of those developers are putting their stamp on the industry, and that's why they're doing it. Afterwards, eh.
Sample!
Hey, blah, blah, blah. Get up.
Where am
Deep inside the sunken city. Under the island, huh? Figures. We need an escape plan. Take this. Tortoise.
What's this?
You gave me the ability to turn into a tortoise. And probably Lord Harrowmont, to be very honest.
Bonker tortoise?
Please don't say that again. Well, I guess we've gotten... I was hoping for the electricity power, but it turns out we get that instead. Oh my god, we look so cute. Look at her face, look at her face! Oh my god, we look so cute. It goes by so quickly, but if you saw it, oh my god. Alright, sorry. We're not cute. I do not like cute things. I'm a man now. I've put away cuteness. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh god, I'm a frickin' Koopa from Mario Brothers. And on that bombshell,